Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Amon's third round. He is playing versus Alfred Duray, and I am joined again with Kurtz.
Hello. I think that it's unfortunate for you that the stream didn't see, but Alfred did a really nice little bow
Yep,
when he came before he came to sit down. It
yep.
was very cute.
A bow and a handshake.
A
Very
bow and a handshake.
respectful.
Yes, very respectful. It looks like they're just making some announcements right now. Always a little awkward in an over the board tournament when they make announcements beforehand because you're full of this nervous energy. You just want the game to get going.
Yep.
So
You want to see what opening you're gonna get? Oh, let me
yeah.
adjust the music.
So I have Tipsy Ton. I was doing a little bit of research on
Ooh,
Amon's opponent
two-hand
for.
handshake.
Oh wow, yeah, nice two-handed handshake. Uh, I was doing a little research on Amon's opponent before, and I think he might be Filipino. I found a chess.com with his name, and he has a Filipino flag on it. Uh,
What was
so
his rating?
it was pretty low for oh, and they're taking a picture. He's pausing for the picture. That might be like a wife or something. It was pretty low. It was like 1400 blitz. Um, so you know,
Go D4.
yes, the D4. And so I wouldn't be surprised, based on my brief research, um, that to see the move G6 on the board. I wouldn't be surprised
A
if we
modern
saw
draw.
that. Yeah, he might be one of those guys who plays like G6 against everything. Um, and in which case, it'll be interesting to see what a Bond chooses because, for example, he could aim for, um, depending on what Black plays, but like some kind of Baroxy setup or go into like a straight King's Indian. So I'll be curious to see what Alfred plays.
So thank you, RPM, for the raid. How you doing, buddy? Go Ryan. We're getting a think on the first move, so he's deciding what opening he wants to do against it.
Yeah, so from my brief research of what I assume to be his account,
Yeah.
um, it looked like he played a bunch of stuff. G6 was by far the most common. Okay, it looks like E6 on the board.
Yeah.
Okay, this is an interesting moment because I know a guy who actually plays E6 against everything. Um, but generally, you kind of avoid doing this against D4 because now White can, if they so choose, play the move E4 and go into a French. And so if you're a French player and you don't mind playing the French, you can avoid a lot of really strange lines by starting out with E6.
Yep.
Uh,
Got to London.
and we have a
Go
London
Bishop
system.
F4.
Okay, so definitely Amon not deciding to not play E4 here. Interesting. It's not surprising Amon has never really been an E4 player, but it is an option, which is why uh, you rarely see like people starting with E6, even though like Knight F3, Knight F6 is played, and then almost like a lot of the time you'll see E6 as a second move. It's uh it's definitely a little different when you start with E6, but we've kind of sidestepped all that entire conversation. So
Yeah. It definitely is a interesting move order to go E6 first. I don't see it very often.
yeah, I don't remember exactly what you're avoiding with this. I think it's like if like E6, for example, if White can't play E4 on move two, E6 might just be the best move, best reply to D6. But I don't remember why. I don't remember why.
Well, Black has a lot of options here. Could go Knight F3. Could keep it flexible with
Knight F6.
G6. Yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
Knight F6.
yeah. E6 is like a transpositional tool. Um, a lot of a, a lot of like players in like find guys in your own particular uh, corner of the of like whatever little chess scene you got going on in your town. Um, uh, they'll have lots of like little tricks and little transpositions. I knew a guy, or I played a guy once who played the move the one knight c3, and so he knew like the d5 lines really well, but then decided that he would just use it to transpose into various e4. So it looks like we saw knight f6, right?
Yep.
Okay, and so now this is incredibly normal. It's as if we play knight f6, bishop f4, and then e6. And so, yep, e3, a London system from Oman. I appreciated the way that Alfred placed his piece. Did you notice that, Gory? He
Yes, it
was
was
like very,
very,
very particular, like very forceful, but forceful but gentle
yep,
in
just
putting the knight down.
specific on where he wanted it.
Right, exactly, exactly. Well, Proxmire,
He
no one
played a
ever
guy
told me that I
once.
have to be professional. So
Yeah, that is true. I will be streaming this from like my college room, so
there you go. Anything but professional here.
yep. We're having fun though. That's all that matters.
That's right.
So this is kind of Amon's wheelhouse, and do you
It
think we
is a
might get
little
a slight
weird.
time edge?
Okay. I mean, if Abad is playing the London system and he doesn't get a time edge, I'm gonna be a little upset with him.
That's
Um,
fair. Yeah.
I don't know. So I'm just trying to. I unfortunately like I'm not very sharp. Uh, I'm not very sharp on like the whole what the heck? Okay, never mind. I have no idea what's going on now. Um, I was going to
Habits.
say that when you play Bishop F4 in the London as opposed to starting with Knight F3, I think Black gets additional options. I again don't remember what they are, but my dude just played the move A6, and so I have no clue what's happening. I
I
have
think he's
no
probably
idea.
gonna play b5 and bishop b7, but
No, but
it's
this is already we should be like I'm on. We might see him on tank here. This is very very interesting as a move. Like I have no idea.
maybe an instant c5.
C4, C2,
c4, yes.
C4.
I'm still playing for black.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. Uh, this move C4.
Because then you can get your knight behind the pawn as well, which is very nice.
Right, exactly. I guess we might be a little concerned, as always, when we play this move C4 in a London system with a bishop already committed to F4 with the move bishop B4 check. Um, and are we going to go ahead and accept these double pawns on C3 if our opponent decides to take? And what happens if he plays an immediate, D5 as well? So I mean, A6 is obviously it shouldn't be not so good. Should be not so good, but I think Amal will take some time here to figure out why. But C4 definitely seems like the most correct move. Uh, I played a guy once just for you, Proxfire. I'll tell the story. I didn't actually play him. It was a common player in the Delaware Open. Is this FIDE master who would start every game as black with white or black with one A3 or one A6 every single time.
Would he then copy you? Like,
No, he would
so
just
it's
then play normally. But I don't know. International Master Spinal Tap, who's probably not in the chat right now, loved to play him because he was essentially like, yeah, it was like basically a free win. He would play A6 or A3, and then I just like beat him.
you just up a
Um,
tempo.
yes, but he it was an interesting character because he just played that all the time, A6 and A3 every single game, and it
Oh,
was
McMaster.
certainly very strange. The other story about that gentleman is in the last round of the last Delaware Open that I played. I observed the man take off his shoes and socks to air out his feet, his toes at the board. Uh, it was a disturbing experience, for sure.
That is definitely pretty disturbing.
One of the strangest things I've seen at a chess tournament.
I do have to agree with you. So, Amon's opponent in the first game took him out of theory on move three. We're now completely out of theory. Ooh.
Yeah, and Oman played this move knight to d2.
Maybe it's kind of preparing c4.
Yes, I think so. I think we want to not have to do. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. This is a bizarre opinion or position. Excuse me. Just a bizarre position. I don't know how to evaluate it. I don't know what our friend Alfred, excuse me, is thinking with this move a6 and why it was played. No idea.
Knight d2 is interesting.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's to play c4 on a6. I don't
You mean on b5?
on b5, excuse me.
But why couldn't you just have done that a move ago?
I don't know. um, frankly, to be honest with you, I don't think that Ivan will play c4 on b5. To my eyes, it kind of almost justifies the move. Um, I think
Well,
we're going to be
maybe
playing. Go ahead.
maybe he wants to try to get on c5 because b5
Hmm.
kind of weakens that square.
Yeah, well, actually, okay, this is a great point, Corey. Thank you for pointing this out. Knight d2 might be directly aimed against this a6 move because you play a6, you weaken the a5 and c5 square, and so you might just want to put a knight on b3 straight up and say, all right, dude, you're not going to move your c pawn anytime soon, are you? So, and then if you end up putting a bishop on b7, then and in some cases the knight could land on a5 and you'll just be going right back. So, uh, I think you're 100% right, Corey.
Interesting. Knight b3. This is like a grandmaster trap.
No, I mean, I think that Amon basically the logic behind this is that um, essentially like you want to play knight d2 anyway, but you kind of want to wait to see what your opponent commits to, whether it's b5 or not. And if you ended up not playing b5, then whatever, the knight kind of was going to end up on d2 in the long run anyway.
Yep, because
So
you want to play c3 to support yourself.
yeah, I go for like a normal London system setup. I'm trying to think of all the London system setups that I know, and I don't know if b5, if like a6 is good in them. Um,
We got a d5.
okay, I am struggling to see how how a6. Hmm. I don't know that we'll see. Are we gonna see c4 or no? Bishop d3.
I was thinking bishop d3, or else the bishop doesn't really have a square. We did get bishop d3.
Yeah, this is like it feels like such a bluff. That's what we're doing right now. A6, and we're really like
Oh shit,
not playing c5. We're not playing c3.
my bad. We're kind of just up a tempo.
Yeah, for sure. It's a it's definitely like I still don't know what to make of it. Um,
Because like all the way back here, you could have just played e5. It's definitely an interesting opinion approach.
mhm. I don't know how a6 really.
I mean, I guess it. You can say it stops bishop b5 check, but you can always just play c6. I don't know. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I think Aman will not be playing c4 especially now that d5 is in. Um, Almost certainly he won't be playing c4.
Yep, probably c3.
Yeah, c3.
If he moves the c pawn.
I guess sure. I guess he does want to play c5, but I don't know. Uh, a6 is neglectful of your development. If you follow up bishop d3 with c5, I'll expect Taban to win fairly quickly, or at least to get a nice position fairly quickly, because it's like, uh, excuse me, you play c3, sure, but you're really neglecting your development, right? We're playing like knight f3, we're playing like you know, and we're castled. In the meantime, you've only developed one piece, the knight on f6. So
Yeah. No, I do agree with you. It's like if you're gonna play moves like this, you kind of have to know that they're like either theory or like prep.
well, I don't think we should be like um really writing off our friend Alfred
Oh yeah, it's not
here.
like he's gonna
Well, he's
lose at the
he's two
gate.
for two. He's 2 for 2. I mean, I'm not just he's not moving randomly. Uh, okay, well, Valentinian doesn't see a problem with a6. Yeah, maybe
There isn't a problem with the move itself. It's just that it's a little slow,
it's
especially in the
very
opening.
slow, and it's very slow because you're as black even. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like you're already down in tempo, and you're just like, I'll play a6, skip up another one.
You're aiming your moves against something that you don't even get, like white might not even necessarily go for.
Yeah,
Why is
like
there hurry in the London?
when Amon wanted to kill a move for the copycat speedrun, he played a3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that he's lost. I'm just saying it's just not good.
Oh, I agree with you. We have a nice building up a nice time edge. We'll take it where we can get it.
Okay, c5 on the board. Okay, I mean, the guy who said c5, and just look at I love it. Look at the way that Alfred just pieces, just very forceful with purpose. Uh,
Yes,
I'm a big fan.
I am too. He like puts his whole body into it.
Right? Yeah, like it's just with a force. You know that he's very certain.
Yeah, we did get c3, and
Yeah.
very elegantly by Amon as well.
So I'm going to be curious. I don't expect it to happen, but I'm going to be so curious to see if our friend Alfred will play the move c4.
Isn't this a bad
Um,
move?
oh, it is certainly.
Okay,
It's a terrible move, but
maybe
I
he'll
can
play
see
it.
an 1800 CFC player playing this move and saying, "Hey, I'm following this up with b5, bishop c2, b5, and b4, and I'm just going to expand over here on the queen side." Um, but I think that this is just much too slow. Uh, okay, all right, c4 on the board.
Oh,
You're just neglecting your development far too long, and you're also limiting the scope of your bishop just way too much. I mean, just not my would not be my approach.
yeah, because White's bishop can stand behind these pawns on this diagonal and put pressure.
Yeah, and
Versus,
we'll also be looking to play, perhaps in some cases. So you can imagine like knight f3, castles. Oh, bishop d6. Okay, no. I hate this. I hate everything about this.
probably
Um,
just bishop h3. I mean
I
g3.
mean, so literally every single move makes sense to me. Knight f3 makes sense to me, allowing black to capture and then capturing back with the pawn, and then you get a nice stranglehold over e5.
Yep, we've seen.
Bishop g3 makes sense to me. I mean, in fact, bishop g3, even though it looks like a fantastic move, uh, it might be the worst of all the options in my opinion. Because the other thing that I want to do now is I want to play bishop takes on d6, swap off my bad bishop for his good bishop, and then play the move f4.
Yeah, because we talked about it a bit earlier. If you trade off a bishop that's our dark square, you want to rebuild with the pawns. We have all of our pawns on dark squares.
Right. And I mean, this is incredibly provocative from Alfred. I don't.
Why would we not start with bishop takes and f4 if we kind of want to
I
do
mean,
that?
the only reason being that you might not want to develop his queen. This is slow for you. If
Yes.
you look at the same position, if you play just simply knight f3, if you say, hey, I don't mind having a piece on having a pawn on f4 doubled like this, and then it's you get one more piece developed faster, right?
Yeah.
So um, on the other hand, black is not obligated to take, but yeah, I don't know. I can't personally. I can't recommend this way of playing for black. It's just so slow. It's so slow, and then trading off your good bishop. You need that bishop so you can play b4, b5, b4. Yeah, I agree, Adrian Triancla. Um, definitely very committal to a closed position, like very early on in the game. I'm not sure exactly why. A lot of players, lower rated players, when they're playing higher rated players, they enjoy closing the position because it makes the game last a bit longer. And so,
Yes, Gory is a real name.
no, I've just zoomed in on the chat because it's just painful to wear my glasses and these headphones at the same time.
Yep, I'm very happy to be home where I have my earbuds. Although it's very fun giving people with my wire isn't very long. Yeah, so we've seen Amon play this setup or this idea in the London so frequently. The
Uh,
pawn on f4, g3, king g2.
what's up, chicken pants?
Go chicken pants.
You know, Gory, I think we have a 100% unique game in this, like right now. I'd be so
Yeah,
surprised if we saw this.
we've been
Uh,
unique since c4.
yes, I am not shocked. Um,
Oh, bishop g3 has been played once before.
okay, that is shocking. Um,
One thing in this position, if you just castle takes, and then castle, we have looming pressure of a Greek gift if they ever move this knight.
yeah, for sure. I mean, like, this is certainly like, I don't know. This just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It can't work.
Yeah, it's like you've locked the center and all your pieces are ready to attack. It's like you have.
No, I mean, like, Amon is like he's trying to calculate a win right now. That's pretty much what it is.
I like his watch. I think that's a watch. Let me pull up the bigger picture. Oh
It
yeah, I
does.
really
I
like
mean,
his watch.
he looks very stylish. Uh, the collared shirt is a very unique color. I quite like it, and the watch matches too. Yeah, I don't know.
Best move e4.
The very interesting thing about like especially UFCF ratings and CFC ratings is that uh, they're so varied across um, different uh, geographic areas. So like an 1800 CFC in Saskatchewan or Calgary can be different than an 1800 CFC in Halifax. Like they can be vastly different skills. Like by like objectively 100 points. Um, it's kind of fascinating how that works. Like for example, here in Austin, I think that a lot of the players are underrated because we don't have a lot of rated tournaments a whole lot. Um, but in San Antonio, I think it's a different story. There's a bunch of rated tournaments, a whole lot, and so I think sometimes San Antonio players can be slightly overrated in some cases. Um, it definitely, but it really depends. It really depends on like the scene, basically.
Yeah, and how active the tournaments are, how easy they are
Right.
to get to.
Like if there's like I mean, the U.S. has this concept of floored masters, where like you have a guy if you or floors where if you've reached 200 points, for example, I've reached 2200, so my floor is 2000. So if I lose all my games, I can never go below 2000. And so if you have a floored player who's just playing all the time in a certain area, then you're you can just like farm that dude basically, and like it's just free rating. Yeah, I don't know, Java Bandit. Maybe it could all just be subjective and me projecting my own biases on it in general. But
Yeah, but that's
you
definitely a
know,
thing.
yeah, I think Amon is this is a good spot for Amon to think because he essentially is. I mean, he has three very good options, very reasonable options.
Yeah, I mean, you hear about it all the time in like the Scholastic tournaments. All the kids are like 200 points underrated.
For sure. Like so children in general are always going to be underrated. Um, and then of course like the whole COVID threw a whole big wrench into everything because now everything are underrated.
Yeah,
I don't know why the floors exist. It might be Adrianica because there might be some justification in the sense that we don't want people uh, to sandbag too heavily, right, and lose and intentionally lose rating points. So if you hit a certain rating point, then you can't go ever below. I think that you can write if you're so inclined, you can ask the USCF to like remove your floor because you're like, hey, I want I think my level is clearly around this now. I'm old. Uh, like please remove my floor so I can play in these under sections because I'm just getting beat up on and I don't think it's very fair. But I don't. I would never do that personally. So
yeah, I'd rather get beat up on with fun games.
right.
So we are expecting Amon to be calculating a lot of lines because there's three very good options here. So
Yeah, you have a lot of choices.
yeah, we personally like knight f3, keeping it flexible because you still want a castle. You don't really mind a swap. You're even thinking about swapping. If they castle, you're kind of really happy because I mean your pieces are on this side and they're not. And
I
then
mean,
the only thing never mind.
go ahead, Glory. What were you
I
going to
don't
say?
love about this move order is let's say they never take and we never take and we
Uh,
castle, we can't get an f4.
I don't know how amazing F4 is going to be.
I'm
Um,
always a fan of playing f4 because you can go then rook f3, bring a rook in, push it.
yeah, I think if you're looking for like um, if you're let's say you're a chess coach and you want an example game to teach people that like square control is incredibly important, look at this game. Uh, look at like e5. I think something is going to land on e5 at some point, and it's going to be the end of the game. Uh, just by virtue of being on e5, and like it's just so difficult. If you can't dislodge that thing from e5, it's essentially over. Um,
Okay,
I
so
don't
you
know.
think that Amon wouldn't necessarily castle after castles and probably go like
Dude, might. I mean, I don't know. The problem is that like Amon's not an attacker. He doesn't want to attack, but these guys, these players in this tournament, this Mayflower Open so far, it's like they're making him do it. It's like he has to. They're begging him like, please come attack me.
yeah, like if I could get this position out of a London every time, I might be a London
I mean,
player.
I would play the London if I could
Yeah.
get this position every time.
I mean, he's making it look like gold.
It really is. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, you never want to do this. This is like sitting on the face to a whole new level.
Yeah, I mean, to the extent that I kind of would rather just swap bishop for bishop than knight for bishop. I want my knight more than I want that dark square bishop, but hmm, it's just
Oh,
okay. What did we see? We
FG3.
saw knight f3. Okay, okay. I think I know I'm on. And now Alfred has been making like every move that I cannot predict. Right? I've been predicting like his bad moves, not his not so great moves. So I'm gonna try to do it again, and I'm gonna say that he's gonna take on f4. And this is not a good move because we're the double f pawns help light out, right? But if you're a lower rated player, like an 1800 CFC player, maybe you might consider playing this move in order because you're like, oh, double f pawns, and that f pawn is a weakness. So um,
Go, Nicola.
yeah, I don't. I think either the best option I think is knight c6 or castles. Knight c6 because you desperately need control over that square. Um,
Yeah.
over e5. The other move that you could consider, and like I feel silly even suggesting it, but I'm thinking about should I play knight f to d7 so I could play knight c6 and try to get an e5 because like I just need I don't know I want to be able to play. Oh well, okay, sorry, of course the bishop.
So
Hey, I didn't
takes,
sleep today,
takes. No,
so
no problem. No, but this is a very reasonable thing. I mean, you're preventing
well
knight
I want to be
e5.
able to
My
I want to
only
be able to
worry,
play f6.
yes.
Basically, but it's just obscene. I mean, the fact that I'm thinking about the fact that, geez, I need to play f6 in order to control this e5 square is absolutely obscene. Uh,
I mean, you might have to. Because, I mean, if
I,
you don't, though, let's say I just castle and you just, like, lazily follow me. Like, does this not just work?
I think, Corey, I might be taking a quick break. I'm gonna go. I think I have a burger on the way,
No
so I'm gonna
problem. Yeah,
go
I mean,
check for a burger. Hold on.
you left just as I wanted to sacrifice, but no
All
problem.
right, perfect, perfect.
Hello to Papa Botes. I was gonna tell Eric that you're here, but he left us. Anyway, I do think this Greek gift works. Even if it doesn't, there's a lot of stuff to calculate. Like f6, you can just go here or check and you're winning a queen. Oh boy, this looks brutal. One's a rook. Oh, this will be fun. I know he had to evacuate, but I think it works. He wanted to play a knight d7, so I wanted to. I don't think we need a h4 though, because h4 is normally to protect the knight on the square, but the pawn on f4 does a really good job of it. This is the current position. We've gotten it out of a London. And, well, if I got this position out of a London, I would be very happy. Well, thank you for using the engine, Gloria. I wanted to calculate it. Yeah, if you're saying about a common-ish Greek gift-looking sacrifice,
Hello, I'm
hello.
back. I have a burger, but I'll be surreptitious about it.
No problem. So I was looking at a line where if, I guess it's White's turn. What did we... Oh, yeah. I was looking at your knight d7 line. Castles. And if black castles, does bishop h7 work? That was the question I was trying to ask. Coming out looks really bad, but it might somehow hold. Okay, we gotta move. So we did get bishop f4, so takes f4. So
Okay,
you did great.
sorry. How am I? I am the 1800 CFC whisperer. How am I predicting these moves? I don't understand.
You're our prophet. Oh yeah, it doesn't have f6 in the Greek gift.
I don't know. This is this. I just think I think that Alfred has made a couple of mistakes in a row. And sorry, buddy.
Yeah, we definitely have full control over the e5 square. And our light squared bishop is very happy. Always pointed at his king if he castles short. We did get a f takes. It's obviously the most obvious move. Yeah, if we could get short castles by black, we're extraordinarily happy. I don't really know what black's game plan is. This bishop has no active future. I mean, can't ever really sack a pawn on e5 just because pawn takes is so nice. And if we just put a knight on e5. I guess knight c6 or knight d6 or going back and trying to play for f6. We
I'm
have
done trying to predict these moves. I don't know. I feel like I'm jinxing Buddy Alfred. Um, like he's doing this thing that you do when you're making moves that make sense in the exact moment. When you're thinking about very superficial things, right? You're thinking
yeah,
about okay, doubling his pawns. Okay, I'm attacking the bishop. Okay, I'm gaining space. And but then in combination, all of them like don't make much sense.
yeah. We have Papa Botes in the chat. You had left when I was about to bring that up as well, and we just
Shout out to Papa Botes. I think on the morning broadcast, I said that Alexandra was a blitz degen. So
yeah, big fan. We have black to play in this position. It's definitely getting a little tricky on what to do. I guess if you go knight c6, I might kind of delay putting a knight there, just kind of castle. If you do this, I probably won't delay.
I'm struggling to come up with a reasonable plan for black. Basically, it's don't castle, I guess, and like pray. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, because if you castle, it just feels like you're getting murdered. It will be exciting to see it though. I do see enough future where he plays b5 to really kind of like say, oh, I'm playing it like a Benoni, and I'm just advancing all my pawns on the queen side.
This is no Benoni that I've ever seen.
No, I know.
I mean,
And that's maybe his
okay,
copium. That's his
you
copium.
need to undermine the c3 pawn, right? As black, but it makes a lot more sense to be doing this with your bishop with your dark squared bishop still, and so like you can imagine if black ever gets a situation where he plays b5 b4 takes on c3, he's going to want to target the c3 pawn. You should probably do that with a bishop, but yeah, I'm just very confused, very confused.
Yeah, this is like a French bishop, and we did kind of get a French-ish opening order. We have a move, but I've refreshed the board. Oh, we did get knight c6. I'm gonna assume that was a board error, and we got castles. Yes, we did get castles.
To be honest with you, King of One is not even the worst move.
It really isn't.
I'm sure that White still has a fantastic position after King of One. You're keeping the rook on the H file for a kingside attack.
Honestly, yeah. The king f1 is the type of move I would seriously consider if I just wanted to go for an attack. Because when king f8 or king f1 is playable, it's like, well, I kind of have to do this.
McMaster, just for you, buddy.
Yeah, if he goes b5, don't really have any game-winning ideas yet. But I mean, this bishop is so dead.
To be honest with you, Corey, this looks a little bit like a sub Sunday game that Amon is playing.
Yeah.
Like I
No, black is not cancelled. No, unfortunately, Kurtz's factor has not come yet. But
it's
when it
not
does,
arrived yet. Unfortunate. It's on its way.
we did get knight e5. So
Makes a lot of sense.
if he trades, we will have connect 4. And really the idea of a...
Oh no, it's like essentially dead. Salty Clown
Oh,
it
black
would
did
be,
castle.
he should go do his laundry, change his shorts. I don't know if he sees that position.
We did get castle, by the way. I didn't say that. For black.
Okay, I mean, castling into the storm is our friend with the black pieces.
Yes, that is very, very
So just,
adventurous.
I mean, I don't know. We are spoiled for choice. There's Queen F3, Queen H3. There is uh, Knight F3, Knight G5. There's Rook E1, Rook E3, G3. There's it's just it's a disaster. It's a disaster, and I'm still curious as to whether Alfred has a sense of danger. I can't tell from his body language. He seems kind of relaxed.
Yeah.
There's G4. Yeah, I mean, so many options. It's
And if you take with the knight, take with the pawn. Uh, Knight.
Yeah, I mean, G4 is maybe my last consideration of
Yeah.
all of the good options. There's no reason to go for things that are that pivotal so early on, right?
Yep. You also have the idea of just playing f4, f5. Which might be a little one of the worst options, but it definitely is an option. F4 and then knight here.
Yeah, so many options. I wouldn't play G4. I would never ever play G4. Not in this position because you're essentially you're just stone cold winning without G4.
I mean, yeah, if you just look at the minor pieces, this bishop is nowhere near this bishop in terms of class.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever see G4. I don't know. It's
It's a little too frisky.
yeah. I personally I never had very many experiences as like an 1800 playing up. So um, I mean, whenever I was losing, I feel like I knew I was losing, but I'm not sure.
There's also a little bit of nerves though, playing up so much. You're like, well, I'm gonna lose anyway.
I like to step to push back against this attitude.
No, I do
Uh,
agree. You can't respect your opponent.
well, it's not even about respecting your opponent; it's about respecting yourself. If you don't think every single move that you sit, every single game that you sit down to play, that you have some capacity to win that chess game, then I wouldn't personally I wouldn't play. If I didn't think that I could win every single game that I played, I wouldn't play. So Papa Boat has a suggestion for a plan: 98 G6, Knight G7. That's fascinating.
But you are fighting against the light squared bishop. But
In that case, G4 seems like a reasonable move. I would be playing G3 first, and then H4, H5 uh, at some point, and then bringing like King G2 Rook to the H file. The Knight on G7 is a curious piece. Not it definitely helps in this respect, but it's like not. I think that's just an interesting way. I don't know.
G3 is a little slow, but it's also very. It's a good move in the London because you're just solidifying your edge.
This position has it's like vaguely reminiscent of Trumpowski's from the black side, where you play it goes d4 d4 knight f6 bishop g5 and then d5 bishop takes f6. Very reminiscent of that, except that in that position you still have your bad light squared bishop, which in this position is analogous to the light to white's dark squared bishop. So this is just like a much better version of that up a tempo, up several
Yeah,
tempi.
I am learning some positional chess. We do love it. I'm kind of expecting a deep think about whether he takes the knight or not.
I mean, if I were to jinx the man, I would say that he would take the knight, but I don't think that the man will take the knight.
Well, let's jinx the man. Let's hope he takes the knight. That is a cash
Okay,
register.
so either the idea is to play knight e8 and go for the Papa Boches approach with knight e8, g6, knight g7, or the idea after knight takes pawn takes is to play knight d7 and then like f6 or f5 um, after knight d7 instead of knight e8.
Oh, instead of knight d8. And then just probably for white, knight f3.
F4 maybe first, so the f4 so you can move the rook to f3, and then knight f3, knight g5.
Yeah, and really start to threaten some sacks.
Well, yeah, Grizhog. I mean, it wasn't. I don't know. You just play the board. Play them like you sit down. You. Now I'm just as guilty of it as anybody else, but I wouldn't play chess if I didn't think that I had the capacity to beat anybody that I could get paired against. I'm not saying that I'm going to. I'm not even saying it's likely. I'm just saying that I could do it if I, So
It's a good way to play. A lot of faith in yourself. A lot of frisky plebs tonight.
yes, very frisky.
They've been grandfathered in Bangla, but they haven't been spending much time here. So they're still weird.
I am fascinated by this sub conversation in the Twitch chat about Plato.
And it started over. What irrelevant? What? We gotta move, but I want to go back to the Plato discussion
Oh,
in a bit. We got Queen C7.
okay. Alfred, sorry, is uh he's recovering. He's making interesting moves.
Kind of want to go knight f3, maybe knight g5. Find a way to bring my queen in. Maybe queen f3 first.
There are just a litany of fantastic options.
We think it's a little early for g4, g5.
And G4, G5, I will bet, I don't know, any whatever odds you want, chat, that Amon will not play this move G4.
I mean, he's played it in another tournament though.
Okay, but he's just not going to do it. I mean, it's not his
No,
style.
I know. Oh, I'm trolling. I'm
I mean, I think it's a money print, honestly. If you guys want to make bets with me,
trolling. Anyone, $5, 5 subs, feel free to take the bet. Well, maybe not the 5 subs. It's up to you.
5 subs. I mean, otherwise I PayPal you $25. I don't know.
Yes, we have no engine analysis. While
Yeah,
we
C4 is
are,
not so good.
yeah, while we're waiting, I can thank out the fine subs in chat. Thank you to Spooky Mac for the Prime for 13 months. Thank you to Nicola for the gifted sub to Papa Botes. Thank you to I Take Notes for the 6 months. Thank you to Rookie Numbers for the 11 months. Thank you to Cole G4 for 7 months. And we're all caught up. Perfect. Oh, or thank you to Spooky. Missed that one. For the 3 months. I feel like if Amon's looking to win quickly, he may play G4, G5.
Okay, I mean,
No, but I know. It's just, it's so.
on this move in particular, I
I know. It's just, it's funny. I mean, if you're looking for ways to win, though, I mean, this is one of the options. Just to kind of like threaten. I don't actually. I'd rather not have a pawn on G5. I want to
right.
keep the square open for my
You
knight.
No, you want the pawn on G5. I mean, okay. I would rather, if I could do this as a move, I would rather remove the G2 pawn from the board, then play G2 G4. And the reason is because I'd rather have that file open for a rook, right? So if that's the case, then isn't it just better for me to keep that pawn where it is and then play rook e1, rook e3, rook g3?
That's definitely a good point. And since everything is locked up, if you do play Rook E1, you also have the ability just to. Well, if they take with the knight, I feel like you just take with the pawn to kick the knight out of F3. So you wouldn't take with the rook. A lot of fun ways in this position.
I think Amon is the only reason Amon is taking time is that he's just like, I don't know, like he's like a kid in a candy store or something.
Yeah.
There's just so much to look at. There's so many like good moves to consider.
Yeah. And you have to. Oh, we got Queen F3.
Okay, yeah. Keep it simple, stupid, and play like Queen. He's gonna play Queen H3, and and it just now I'm not willing to eschew the move after Queen H3, G4, G5 because it's a very direct threat. But if you're gonna play Queen H3, Queen F3, you're not gonna start with G2, G4, G5, um, because it's way too committal, way too committal.
How was your Uber Eats?
It was okay. I ordered something. If there's any Austin bras, or maybe just Southern bras, I ordered Tumble 22 originally, which is a nice like Nashville chicken place, but it got canceled. Have you ever had your Uber Eats canceled
I
here,
have. I
Corey? It's
hate
a
it.
disturbing.
It's the worst. It's like I've spent so long picking out this
Just waiting.
place,
Yeah,
and then you're gonna cancel it.
can't believe it.
Amon has step up from the board, and I don't blame him. You know, he's got a
He's a
position to be proud
very
of.
very comfortable.
Yep. He's got a lot of game winning ideas.
I think Alfred is just like based on his play, he strikes me as a sort of person who doesn't follow chess every day, right? He's not like an addict like most of us. He got maybe very good in his youth. He played a lot of blitz, and he's just he goes to the club every week and he plays, a 90 plus 30 game against the same dudes. He plays the Mayflower Open every year when it comes around. He's a very respectable player for sure, but he just plays in such a way that implies that he's not like I don't know. He's not. He plays like his own style. It looks like his own way to approach the game. I respect it. Yeah, he's not a degen. Exactly, Carter.
But yeah. That's also a good point. The London is still kind of like a fairly new opening. He's been
Uh,
playing.
yeah.
Been playing for 30 years though.
If no, I'm not saying. I mean, Neil, buddy. I'm just saying it's just a different style. It's interesting, but it just doesn't look so good to us. I guess. That's true. Exactly,
Exactly.
exactly, Jonathan.
We have
Yeah, he's too busy. He's too busy owning his yacht. Exactly, Vic the man.
yeah. We have a spectator for a little bit who was checking out Amon's game. Nice to see fans of chess and fans of chess bra, hopefully. Go Maya.
Maybe Alfred will invite him on to his yacht after the game. Says, hey, it was just a great time. Like, just why don't you come out on the yacht with bring the girlfriend, me and the wife. We're gonna have a barbecue out there, and you know.
Oh yeah. It's a nice place to have a yacht too. I cannot confirm nor deny that, Ralph.
I mean, he's dressed so sharply. I mean, he's got to own a yacht.
he he didn't know he was playing Amon until like 30 minutes before the round, so he woke up dressed like this. Sue, or whatever you pronounce your name, we're not even mods, so I don't think so. Yeah, no, it's very clean. Shirt, the watch. It looks like he knew he was coming on a chess bar stream. It's like, okay, I gotta dress nice.
I just like to ask the mods if you could, instead of bullying Sujua, if you could bully me instead. That'd be great. Thank you. Uh,
Thank you to John Bartholomew for the raid. How you doing, buddy? Thank you for raiding. We're just commentating another one of Amon's games. We started as a London, but well, we've gotten everything we ever wanted. For those just joining us, this is the game. And well, after C4, we're very happy. And
yeah,
we're
this
all
is
covered. This is the lap position.
dude. I'll buy a car at Chicken Pants just as soon as yeah. What's the best interest rate you can give me?
I'm not looking forward to buying a car. I'm gonna have to someday, but not yet. Oh, we got another raid. Thank you to Alex Benzia
He's
for the
a
raid.
strong international master, Brock.
Yes, I think I've seen him on the couch stream. I guess
Mm-hmm.
he has its own. Shout out, buddy. And thank you to JC Digital Girl. for the 17 months with Prime. Does circle on F5. I have legal moves on. I'm a pleb. Although I don't know why it's there, if I'm honest. I think the board kind of fucked up. Yeah, it was a little bit of a board fuck up. Thank you, buddy. Have a good night. Or day.
Yep. It is a London, and the attack on the king uh is uh is imminent. I think reality is set again for Alfred. He's thinking, man, I wish I was on my yacht right now instead of being attacked in this London system.
Yep, he's already planning his evening. It's like I have better things to
Okay.
do tonight.
I'm gonna call the wife, get the yacht out, you know.
Grill some steak on it.
Mm-hmm.
Take off this big sweaty work shirt that I've been having to.
Oh no, it looks like he's does that not look like just a nice aesthetic, shirt?
Yes, but
Corey, I don't know.
taking that off at night is very nice. It's like, oh, I'm done
Not when he's
working.
not when he's entertaining on the yacht, Corey. I mean, my goodness.
I mean, you gotta look fresh whenever might be pictures.
Maybe he's gonna change shirts for the yacht. Maybe he's gonna do like
a short sleeve one because it is like
a short
80.
sleeve like white shirt, but like have
Yeah.
it half open or whatever. Maybe a gold chain or something.
Yeah, because I mean it is 80 and man's wearing long sleeves. Maybe it's colder up there, but I don't know. Exactly, another low T system player. Nope, Mon's gonna come for you. Come on, Mouse. That's the dog outside. I know, Amon has over an hour and 30 minutes. Oh, well, he's an hour and 30 minutes pretty much.
Okay, I think this is like a very active posture that that buddy Alfred is taking. It's the most active posture I've seen him all game. Before he was very relaxed, and now he's like very intently standing on the queen side.
Do you think he's had an oh shit moment?
I think so. I think so.
We've all had those moments before where you just kind of you play some good looking moves and then you just look at your position like, oh shit, my position sucks.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he just hates the opening. He's just like not an opening guy. And he just really wants to get me to a middle game just as quickly as possible.
Yeah, if I'm gonna be a member of the Twitch chat and psychoanalyze his facial expressions, he doesn't look
Yes.
very happy.
Yeah, I think he's starting to realize how poor the opening went for him.
Yeah, he
It
might be a
does look like
patterns
he's a
guy,
little.
exactly.
Yeah.
For comp bio, so the Discord needs to refresh. So Eric will probably do that soon, because they're not doing it for some reason. More insider information.
I do suspect that Alfred is not going to like just sit and let it happen, kind of, and
Oh, yeah.
he's going to like try to like do something drastic. Oh, well, he played B5. Um, I was kind of assuming that he would like be sacking something at some point. Uh, I don't think that he's like kind of like a turtle guy. He's like going to see if to just like huddle.
Kind of instantly want to play Queen H3 and just slaughter him.
Okay, so I would keep the queen on f3 for one reason. One reason. Let's say we play rook f to e1. This is it's a tiny bit of hope chess, but let's say that after b5, the man plays b4. Okay, Gory, this is a test for you. White to move and win a pawn.
Win a pawn?
Yeah, white to move and win a pawn at least.
I don't want to see this. Come on.
Yes, exactly, Sue. Exactly.
No, but it's winning a pawn in such a nice position.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You don't necessarily need to do this, but
Knight takes. I would probably take with the knight. Other than there's bishop here.
Yeah. No, you would take with the queen,
Yeah.
but certainly. And this looks very nice.
Mm. Would you throw
Yeah,
in this in Chametsa?
we're going way too deep down the position.
Could
It's I mean I don't know. I don't have any other suggestions for Alfred. I mean B5. I see B5. I'm like yeah I guess because everything else just kind of looks terrible. Like how do you begin to try to recover here? Um,
Why do you need to have? Oh, I guess you just want to kill a tempo with rook e1.
yeah, I was just like if B4 is played, then you can play Rook C1. Well, Neil, buddy, why does Amon need a king when he's already heterosexual life partners with Eric? It's unnecessary. He already has one.
It might be Fisher said, but this is might not be an idea on his radar. Oh, he just checked his watch. He's got somewhere to be.
The yacht party is starting so very soon. Uh,
It will be like your college story. Like, oh shit, I gotta go to my yacht party.
yes, exactly. Have to go to the yacht party. Sorry to resign, Mr. Hambo.
Go to the current position. So Amon has plenty of time to kind of use it whenever he wants to, and I think he might use a lot of it now, kind of just to decide which game plan he wants to do.
I mean, Queen F3 is pretty much saying like it's very caveman. Queen H3, G4, G5, right?
Yeah,
Um, you can prepare and throw it in. Um,
I don't know. This looks so just pleasant for white.
yeah, this is just nice. I mean, if you're playing G6, I feel bad for you.
Yeah,
I mean, because G6, Knight F3, Knight G5, it's just death.
yeah. I would probably want to include Queen H6 so that you can just never even push the pawn and really make it death.
Oh yeah, I mean, certainly, great point, Corey.
Yeah,
But it's just all death.
it's so, but
It's just
it's
death.
this really shows how you can make a lot of innocent one move ideas, and then just suddenly your position is collapsing.
That is what happened here, Corey.
Yeah.
One move ideas. Like we played C4. Excuse me. In one move, excuse me. We played C4 because we attacked a bishop. Yay, tempo. We played bishop takes F4 because we doubled his pawns. Yay, structure. Right? But I mean,
You've
we're struggling. We're
you've locked
struggling.
away half the board for white just to
Yeah.
kind of have his way on this side, and this is the important side where the kings are. Because even if white is down a rook in this position, it's still interesting.
Yeah, if we take the rook off the board.
Yeah.
I mean okay, you take the rook off the board, then it's probably good for black. But
Even so, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a way I could get a draw.
no, I mean it does look very dangerous, but um
And
right,
that's taking a full rook off the board too.
right. I mean, I get like Amon is thinking about maybe he's thinking about this knight takes c4 stuff. Because when an opponent plays like this, so kind of like lackadaisical, um, when opponent plays so lackadaisical like this, you kind of like wait to you start to think like, okay, uh, like if I just wait, he'll make this mistake and just blunder a full pawn. It's very easy to get into that mindset.
Now Callan wants g4, g5.
Yeah, maybe it makes sense here as well. I'm wondering if we want to play Queen H3 first or not, because I don't want the pawn on G4, um, and him playing G6. I'd rather have the G4 square available for my knight in some cases.
Then how do you deal with this knight if you want to have the g4 square? Trade and
Well, I just want it in general. I don't know. Um,
it definitely is a fun position for Elon to play. And I do have to agree with Surgic. This is some power body positioning from Buddy.
yeah, he is projecting power.
Let's go, Chicken Pants. How did you do in that OTB tournament? That is true indeed.
No, I mean, Fulham, it's this is North American chess there, buddy. This is just the way she goes. Uh, NHS at its finest.
I can confirm that a lot of people here know my real name, Tipsy, and that is not it. And you can watch the game on chess.com under events, CSGO Sam. Well, he actually didn't decline EMAD. He wasn't offered the choice. I thought he declined as well. We did get Queen H3. So Caveman. G4,
Yeah,
G5 is on tap.
I mean it's either G4, G5, or like knight F3, knight G5.
Yeah. This looks very, very fun already. It's been very fun for a
Oh
while.
wow, Queen H3 is the engine move. Wow, that's amazing.
It's not like half of us were looking at it. Oh, my bad. I minimized instead of clicked out. Zoom is annoying, okay? My bad, my bad. That is that is true, Carter Two Taco. I do just say gory, but I mean that's because I introduce myself as gory to new people that I meet anyway. Like in school, like if I like when they ask you your name, I introduce myself as gory.
I was always known as my last name because my or Little Kurtz because my older brother went to the same high school.
Yep, that was pretty much like me growing up. My brother had nickname Gory, so I did too, and it's my last name. So
Yes, Nimzu Indian. It's also my rap name.
that is a good rap name.
Look at 17. Look up what that means in Serbian.
You're not gonna let us know. You're just gonna have
It
him.
means penis. I was working with Mayo at one point, and he had me like sending money to uh yes, Kirak. Um, told him he had me sending money to some guy to pay for coaching, and he told me the story afterwards that like he was like checking to see with this guy that I had paid. I don't know why he did it that way, but he's like, "Yes, do you have a payment from Mr. Penis, Mr. Penis?" And he's like, "Yes, I have the payment from Mr. Penis right here."
No, but that's a great story.
Yes, exactly. Well, I'm sure he was involved somehow with Nicola Neil. So
Yes. If you know, you know. Go, Tommy. Still does. Interesting. Yes. God bless Chess TV. You would have to ask Buddy Mayo that, Tipsy. There's a couple. There's another GM and a couple IMs, and I think you would know the pairings best. There's a GM and then some
so I was
2100s.
confused because some of the boards, some of the live boards, like Mr. David Cummings, he's playing in a seniors tournament that's happening in parallel.
Dang it! So we're not going to see Amon versus Cummings.
We're not going to see Amon versus Cummings, unfortunately.
Damn it! I was really looking forward to that matchup.
Okay, H6. Okay, all right. Please. Okay, now G4 is definitely on tap.
Yeah, he's created a
H6
hook.
H6 makes it just worse. It just makes it worse. Oh God.
Because I mean, takes. You should just hang the knight. No, I guess he
No,
just
I mean
does.
just like uh, okay,
So bad.
maybe no. I mean
I'm kind of expecting G4 at this point.
well G4. What else? I mean,
Yeah.
I guess you have to look at knight takes on E5, F takes E5, and knight H7. But listen, I don't know. I mean, then like F4 or something. I guess no, don't go for this. Don't. There's no reason to trade. Your bishop is fantastic. Play
That's
F4.
true.
No, I don't agree, Trilum. I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't agree. F4, knight F3, G5.
Yeah, if you do this way, you can then threaten this and then knight takes, and there might
Sure.
be more there as well. I don't think there's anything there. Maybe G4 and some sort of. Because now G4 is a threat as well.
Yeah, H6. I mean, Alfred just has a yacht party to go to, man. He doesn't have time. Doesn't have time for this.
Tactically throwing.
I am so thankful to Alfred um to for making this game a fast one.
Yeah, definitely appreciative. Yep, we
After
talked
F4.
about this idea.
That's what I would play. Amon might go for the bishop takes H7 and G5 plan. I mean, he may have been Grandpa Simpson. I'm not ripping him, dude. I'm sure that Alfred owns a yacht. I'm just saying, like the man wants to get back to his yacht. I think that's a completely legitimate way to play. You play your opening. You don't get a good position. All right, it's time to go drink champagne. Let's call it quits. A perfectly legitimate way to play for from Alfred.
A true weekender. I don't like
You
my
could
position. Just move
you
on.
could play D takes C. I don't really feel the need. I don't know. Yeah, maybe D takes C is better.
What
So you have
position?
G5 immediately.
Oh, D takes. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no this probably is just good. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, what do you even play here? Are you forced to do something like?
Okay, G4 and Amon's looking at the dude. D4 might be playable. Come on. D4, D3 maybe, I guess. I don't know.
Well, luckily no one took the bet.
Well, no, okay, it was for that specific move, Corey. That specific move, not
Okay.
this one.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't say that he wasn't going to play it in the entire game.
Fair.
Jeez,
Fair.
dude. I'm not blaming you, man. I hear you. I hear you. But I think that Alfred he doesn't seem to be too interested in counterplay. I don't know. From his the game so far.
No, this is his last game today. To which Kurtz will be very happy to go to bed afterwards.
I am so happy to try to fall asleep. Yes.
I was lucky enough to get 2 hours of sleep in between the games. But even then, I did not want to leave bed to get up. It's always hard. Yeah, that always kind of signifies that you're really happy with your position. At least that's what I think, Colin. And I do believe there is one game tomorrow. I will just double check.
But also very hyped tomorrow morning. Um, for Eric's Eric is playing black against David Navarra.
That is very hype. So we will start the commentary a little bit earlier and go over some of those games.
No, only one game tomorrow, Amadan.
Yep. Only
I
one
think
game at
there's a yacht party
9 a.m.
on Alfred's yacht. So
And there will be 2 games on August 1st, which end it.
no, there's two games on Monday. Six rounds in total, I believe.
I'm looking at the graphic they gave me. Yeah, so there's 1 round tomorrow and then 2 rounds on Monday. Is that not what I said? August 1st.
I could see Eddie Barber out on calling resigning in a chess game early so he can go out on the boat, out on one of the Great Lakes with the wife, get some fishing in. I could see him doing like teeing off the bow of his boat, just like hitting golf balls into the lake.
I would also, yeah, I think a lot of us would. Especially spending some time with the missus.
Yep,
Oh, we got knight takes e4.
I'm gonna take C5.
Knight
Yes.
takes e5, yes, sorry.
I expect FE.
I do see the consideration, though, about this.
Yeah, so you have the F pawn to play G5. After knight H7, or just or after any knight move G5.
Because if they ever go d4, why can't we just take?
I don't know, dude. Uh, um, see,
No, I mean, very
Rook
fair.
F8. No, sorry. Okay, Rook F8. Rook F8. I guess Rook F8. Sorry, F to D8. Excuse me. G6. Sorry, G6. G6. FG G6. All right, this is the best I can do for you, there, Corey. This is the best position I can give you.
Obviously, I don't blame you for the.
Well, C3 now, I guess. I don't know.
Okay,
Man.
so there is a bit of counterplay in this position.
Yeah.
A small, minute bit.
All sharp players want to play knight h7, bishop h7. Why? Keep that guy, bruh.
We'll see which one Amon decides to recapture with. He is coming back to the board.
I don't know if I've ever seen any themes. Well, to be honest, Chillum, um, why can't we just take on e4, take on b7, and play f4? It's just a pawn to the good there, yeah?
And then we all know that Amon has queen f3
Yeah,
on his
he'll
radar.
just take it to the end game and make me suffer for another hours and hours.
Yes.
Oh, only if D takes C. Okay, okay, all right. I mean, Amon is just making this very consideration right now. Hey Tap, I was talking about our A6 A3 Delaware Open guy earlier in the broadcast, and how you're very happy to play him whenever you get to play that guy.
Free tempo.
Free tempo.
We got a lot of that this game. Kind of just.
Yeah, you could play Bishop takes C4. But okay, I'm so lazy when like against bad moves. Um, I don't know. The long diagonal is long, and I don't want to deal with it. That's it. I don't want to think about it. Long diagonal is long. Don't make me think too hard.
You know how bad they just want to play knight f6? I don't think it
It
works,
might just
but.
work. I don't think so though.
Yeah, because he always says king up if you take here, and if
Yeah.
you take here, he just takes.
Yes.
If you're looking for a draw, that's a way though. But I mean, we're not looking for a draw. We did get f takes e5.
Makes a good deal of sense.
f4 is an idea. We're just pushing g5 again. Well,
So I expect. Okay, I can't predict. Knight h7 is not unreasonable.
kind of have to cover the g5 square almost.
Yeah. Um,
Because if you play like
Knight d7 or something.
just g4 and
G5, yes.
sorry g5, I'm
Yeah,
just
you're fine, Corey. You're right.
and then well,
Do
black
you
is
want to
just
put money on? I don't think knight e4 will be played. I don't think so.
we did get a knight h7
Man, I should have gambled on that one. All right, f4 directly, or bishop takes h7.
and then g5.
I don't trust this. I mean, it looks great, of course, but why open the G file? I guess you can play f4 later. I don't know. Keep the old bishop though.
I do agree. Let's keep the bishop. Just play f4, and then I don't really know what black does. If f6, I feel like we still maybe f6.
Oh God.
No, I know, but I guess now if f6, maybe we take
Yeah,
and
doing it
do
like this
this.
seems not unreasonable.
My problem is if you take and we take back, you check.
He certainly is a posture brah.
Yeah, it is very hot there.
Oh, he has his foot in a boot.
Yeah, I realized that when he was getting up.
Maybe he's not going on the boat today. Oh, that's depressing.
Well, you can still go if you have a really nice boat. You can definitely go on it in a boat.
And we know that Alfred has a really nice boat.
Yeah, you can definitely go on it in a boat, in a boot, in a boot. A little bit of some
Uh,
accent came in.
oh dear.
I think Amon is deciding between the move order of just knight f3 and f4.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's probably very happy he's not playing a kicking kid right now.
True. Yes.
We
No,
have
there
most of
was
that.
just discussion of like children, and like playing children who kick.
Yep, I've been kicked before OTB. He does. He's perching over the board. We like to say.
There's also like the restless leg that like shakes the table. I don't
Mm,
know if you've run into that, but
yep.
I've seen that a
Well,
lot.
I do that. I've realized that I do that.
Yeah, it's okay to have a restless leg, but don't shake the table.
Yeah. As soon as I realized, I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah.
We have confirmation from Colm. He does kick people a lot.
He might play soccer though, or football, excuse me.
Well, I played soccer too. It doesn't. He's trying not to kick people though. Thank you to Buddy Badkins for gifting to Natasha.
Wow, is there a lot of kicking in basketball? It's interesting, Gory. None of Amon's opponents have been FIDE rated thus far, and we're halfway through the tournament.
Um. Well, it's a very much a weekender.
Oh, jeez.
I feel like you know what I mean.
Sholem is gonna kick my ass. Oh no.
As I referred to
Well,
this
he
one.
says that he kicks people. I'm trying to find out in what context there's kicking.
Yeah, I mean, if you kick the ball, that's a foul. According to Buddy Kurtz, there's no FIDE rating for Alfred Dure.
Nope, none that I can find. Oh man, Sholem, he's really on one today. He's really, my goodness.
I wonder if we will be one of the last games in the playing hall today.
I certainly hope not.
Yeah, I was about to say we can hope not.
Right, no, I'm just it's just an interesting for a guy like me, I play FIDE tournaments to get FIDE rating. So
I really don't know what else to say other than Black's pretty dead. We have
yeah, any choice that I'm on takes on H7, F4, Knight F3.
yep. We're waiting for Amon's glory to
Oh,
speculate.
well, geez, even the move Queen G3.
What would Eddie Barber do? What do you think Eddie Barber would do in this position?
F4. Eddie Barber would play F4.
Can we have a confirmation from Eddie? Eddie
No, Eddie
for
Barber would play F4.
yes. Retreat to the factory.
Ooh. Okay, I think the time it'll take us for us to have Eddie Barber join the call, the game might be
No,
over.
but for Neil to join.
For Neil to join, well, if you're willing, I would love to speak to chat with Neil about this position. F4, yes, Eddie Barber would send F4.
I would have to check with my higher ups, who I don't know if are awake.
Oh, I think Neil, I'll take responsibility.
But it's not that simple.
I see.
If you can get a confirmation from Eric, Neil, I would love to have you on.
Mm.
It's definitely not up to me.
He is alumni. Did you ever go to summer camp as a kid, Gory?
Yes.
So when I went to summer camps, there was in like the dining hall. Okay. Uh, in the dining hall, I was there was always like uh, like the previous year's camp staff would have like a banner or
Yep.
some kind of craft. It'd be like Camp Mincy 2005 or whatever. That we should have that for the chess bras. Like me and Moj, intern class of 2017 or 18 or whatever it was. Uh, Maybe we can have like put our handprints in some concrete or something, each other's initials on a piece of wood.
The three generations.
Yes,
I would
we
love to
could we
have it.
could.
We did get F4, by the way. Another interesting idea is Queen H5, Rook F3, and Rook H3. I was playing a game online, and I missed. Apparently, I was completely winning if I just saw Rook H3, which I did not. I was very frustrated. And this position, though, might be. You might have quicker options.
Why would you trade your bishop for the knight on h7? Knights on rims are dim.
It has no
Bishops
squares.
on diagonals are sick.
It's a great abbreviation. I'm definitely gonna remember.
Right.
Well, maybe F4 is the most obvious move, but he's planning his next couple moves. This is what strong players do. They don't just give one move threats and one move variations. It's
He
okay
was
if
well.
this
He was
that.
definitely deciding whether he wanted to take on h7 or not.
Yeah, that too.
It might transpose because it's not like the knight has anywhere to go after f4, right? And if you decide that f4 is a move that you want to play anyway, you don't have to necessarily take the knight right away. Uh, you can save your energy and calculate more specific as you go, right? So
Yeah, exactly. Also, F4 is just very aesthetically pleasing.
yes,
You almost have another Connect 8. Black has a pretty nice Connect 7, though. If this was Connect 7, he would have won.
no, bring the king to e3, Colum. King to e3, a nice fighting piece. Oh no. Oh, Alfred.
What, did he make a move?
No, Neil just pointed out that he has a full like 65 minutes.
Well, he does also have 24 moves to make. I know, classic pancake. It's a crazy idea. Exactly. Yeah, 12 minutes each move. Perfect. That's brutal. Also, it's more like 3 minutes a move, but even more actually. It's like three and a
Think of the yacht, Alfred. Think of the yacht.
half. I think that's what I would do if I was ever on the bench in soccer, or just plan my night. What am I gonna have for dinner? What am I gonna do for homework later? Just all the plans that I got to do. Right? Because I'd rather think of anything else but the game. You know what I mean? It might be time for the.
Maybe.
everything helps towards it, McMaster. I don't even know what black plays here. Maybe.
Rook d8, rook e8. So you can bring the knight to f8 if you're lucky. No,
Or
well, no. Now you take on eight. Now you take on h7 and
yeah,
then
bring the king
g5.
over here.
Correct. I mean, honestly, maybe you just play g5 anyway. Even with the knight on h7, I don't know. Oh wait, hold on. He moved. He moved. What did he play?
He played f5.
Pawn f5. Okay. All right. All right, Alfred.
Some life. There's some life.
No, this is something I didn't consider. This might. I think this is just the best move.
I do have to agree because if you go,
Well, no g5 because there's no coordination anymore, right?
yep, I was about to say you just move your rook, play knight here.
And king h1 is probably right.
King h1
Or
to
yeah. Or gf, king f1, king h1.
we got g takes f5.
Yeah, gf makes a great deal of sense.
Lift a rook to the g file.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we got to pass pawn.
All right, that hooray, the pass pawn.
I know, it's just our position's
I'm
improving.
sorry, I'm just getting snarky.
Yeah, you can kind of torture forever. Hello, Mari Chess. This is a very nice position for Amon.
It certainly is.
Maybe you take with the rook here to not give them a pass pawn.
Okay, all right, Gory.
Well, even then, you're still giving them a pass pawn.
And then king f2.
Eh. Yeah, there's not much of a. Yes, Amon did beat the 10-year-old. Taking with the rook is silly. Just bishop takes.
That's so true, Coulomb. Amon played g takes f5 faster than he took on g4 this morning after queen takes rook. It's adorable.
That's really funny. Yeah, that's my actual name. My first and last legal name. That's what my parents named me. Are people people are funny. It's giving him the stare down.
Amon's wondering if he's going to score a yacht invite.
Exactly, Neil. So we did get e takes. And maybe knight f3 here, bring in a rook, or just instantly king g1 or rook f2. I'm not the biggest fan of stepping into this diagonal. I know this pawn's kind of always protected.
Yeah, I think we don't have much to worry about.
Yeah, true. I guess it is just a check at the end of the day.
I'm looking at rook f2 or rook f3 after gf.
Yep. Bring
Man, I never get a gf in my games.
I appreciated the pun.
Right.
After rook G2. You're even threatening to take on H6. That is just
Yes.
a pawn for the good.
With the pin. Yeah, I mean it's all bad.
Yeah. Really? You think just ignore it and try to get play on the queen side?
I think that's kind of all you can do there, dude.
That's brutal, though. I mean,
Okay,
even
you should have. I King
yeah,
H8. You should address the idea.
yeah.
Uh,
Just really want to send my pieces after
now
that.
King H. Now King H1. It's just so slow.
I like the idea of Rook G6 though, because I'm trying to play E6 to take with the bishop.
No, Amadan is right. I mean, we Black is back in it a little bit after we saw the GF arrive.
Got a little
Girl,
distracted.
girlfriends ruin everything. God, I hate it.
Chess only. That's all we need.
Right.
This definitely is a resourceful move though, Rook A7. The lack of
Yeah,
defense.
A6 coming in handy.
Yes. We did get a Rook F3.
Like F3. Okay. All right.
Looking
I think
for Rook
Amon wanted
G3.
F2 for his. Hey, well, that's not true anymore, Amadan, is it?
No, but I'm not going to touch on it.
Hmm.
Thank you to Hype Chess for the Prime for 21 months.
We
It
did
is
see a
looking very
GF.
good for Hambo.
Hambo did get a GF in this game.
Yes. Thank you, McMaster.
I'm talking about the move. G takes F5, Neil. Jeez, dude.
We baited chat. We're so good at acting.
Hmm.
Also, pretty sure it's been said on stream though.
Who cares?
Yeah.
That's right, Neil. That's right. Neil is negging me.
He's just a nagger. He's one of those mosquitoes in chat.
No, he's trying to get me to like him more by that's well right, Neil. Yes, you do.
He's very energetic. We do
Well, I
appreciate him.
certainly wish he was doing that, Bob.
That is a fair point on why Eric traveled to India. He's meeting up with Pooja.
That's right.
That's a very good question, Natasha. Can we discuss Neil's dating life? I mean, the man has stopped streaming completely.
It is. I think it's because he has found a nice lady.
We can only hope. A nice lady
That's
for a
right.
nice man. There's definitely an idea of King H1. Oh, we got A5.
Yeah. Okay. McNaster had a really funny comment. Uh, Black is trying to checkmate White's rook on A1.
Yep. He's giving him the pawn storm. I
Well,
kind of like
CS:GO
the
Sam, what do you think the idea is, buddy?
yes. I was about to say I really like the idea, but I'll let him or Chad have some ideas. Oh, big fish. You might be on the right idea. No, but this is the body language of an alpha. Fingers crossed the whole game.
Maybe it is rook a6 for lateral defense. That's a good point. Yeah, it does feel like a waste of a move, though. You're right, Alan.
Maybe he was worried about this pawn and didn't want to play king h8.
Ubitsia, do you own a yacht?
Is Ubitsia the kind of
He is a yacht bra. He's a travel bra. He brought his wife to the first tournament that I met Eric and Amana at, and like she was at this party in like this tiny little hotel this chess party in this tiny little hotel room with Eric and Amon and I and ABR was there if any of you remember that name, and she just like sat on the couch, just didn't say anything to anybody. It was an interesting time.
at least she's supportive.
She's supportive. She might not have spoken English as well. I'm not sure. Uh,
Always an option. Exactly, CSGO Sam. We want to double up on the file. And even if you
yes.
play Bishop h7, well, that's
Oh my
counterintuitive.
God, you did see it. Well, she seemed like a nice lady at Uvitzia. Maybe you should take her out on a yacht.
Knight f1.
Ah, the knight's routing to e3. When we thought that Aman was going for the attack, joke's on you. Joke's on you. He's actually just playing positionally.
Yeah, so rerouting the knight. Gonna just slowly win this pawn and claim a positional edge. But I feel like if once you can sufficiently take on f5, I kind of want a knight there last to put pressure onto these two pawns. Would you take with the knight first, hoping the bishop takes, or?
Uh, well, personally, I care more about d5.
Ooh.
Uh, Even if like let's say I bring my knight to e3 and the f pawn is just like straight up hanging, I might even play rook a f1 first. Rook f1 first because no other rook can go to f1. Excuse me. Um, just because I want to cover the old pawn a little better.
Yeah.
Yes. So even though the pawn is hanging, let's say king h8. After knight e3, bishop e6, king h8. Yeah. Even though the pawn is hanging, if I were to take, I would certainly take with the bishop. However, I might start with rook f1 first.
Just really loading up the position, building it up.
Correct. Correct.
Both players are not at the board, so we are not expecting a move in the next minute.
Mm. It's always
That's my prediction.
always it's always a little disturbing for someone who's incredibly tired when you see neither player at the board, because then you know the game is just being prolonged.
Maybe we can hope that he's dipped out early to go on his yacht.
Well, no, that'd be terrible because then we have to wait a full hour.
Well, then the arbiter will come over, tell him on, like, hey, your opponent is
Okay,
left.
what would be really funny is if Amon was like looking at the other games and Alfred was just following him, like looking at the same games, like kind of standing next to him, just like looking as well. That'd be hilarious.
It's like accepting that their game is over, but
Yeah, but the clocks are still running or something. So
that's definitely kind of if you don't, that's definitely one way to keep it going. Because I know the kids are told not to resign and like prolong the game if they don't want to get like yelled at from their coach, like, hey, why did your game end so early? Did you not take your time? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, I had 20 minutes left on my clock by the time the game ended. Meanwhile, you just waited for 40 minutes in a final position.
Yeah,
Your opponent. We can hope that's the thing in real life. Your opponent has disconnected. Wait 30 seconds to claim victory.
oh no, he was that. Now we feel like a jerk. He was just in the bathroom.
Oh well, a bit of trolling is always fun.
The man owns a yacht. He could take it.
Oh yeah. He was checking the stream, making sure that he looks good. I think it's very hard to look up strats in this position. Even if you can remember the position, I don't think an engine's gonna like it.
I mean,
Knight F1
yeah,
is very nice.
yes, it's very Amon.
It's 1 degree off. I'm a big fan of Mr. Alfred.
Alfred seems like a nice guy.
He does. He was very polite too when the game was starting. Two-hand handshake, little bow. Looks like we got Queen F7.
Queen F7. Entered. I guess are we? Is the intent Rook G6? Well, no, Queen F7 first.
Yep, I'm waiting for the board to update.
Mhm. I don't think it is. So I expect 93 pretty quickly, and then uh, honestly, it's a meme, but King F2. King F2, Rook A to G1.
Is there any reason you'd go to F2 over H1? Just more epic play?
Not really. I just like I just like the square better. I don't know. King is a fighting piece.
My board is
It's
going
more
missing.
aesthetic, I guess. I don't know.
No, but I do agree. King is a fighting piece. Thank you to Swirly Jeans for the Prime for 29 months.
I mean, it is a little silly. Okay, sorry. Okay, I'll stop being a jerk and I'll actually answer the question. Thank you. P12U. You're playing 93 and you're hitting the D5 pawn, right? But if you put your king on H1, then you can never really take on D5 because the even if the queen moves away because of the pin on the long diagonal. And we
Yeah.
all know long diagonals are sick.
No, it does make sense. You don't want to be stepping into a pin and you want to have the idea of. Because maybe at some point you can. The queen will get overloaded with this pawn and
On
this.
the other hand, it is concerning the move King F2 93. Let's just say Bishop D7. We need Bishop D7 because we need the bishop to cover the rook to cover H6. King
Yes.
F2 and the move G5 is disturbing me. It looks insane, but nothing is actually hanging for black, even though he's not actually threatening to take, and we can't take on G5. So I'm disturbed. I'm disturbed.
We always have the. This is. I'm trolling, but Queen H5. Working the
Actually,
pin.
this looks like not a bad move, dude. I can tell you. Ah, okay. Rook King H8, annoying.
King H8. I take.
G4. He
That's
plays
true. Yes,
G4.
yes, yes. I'm trolling.
You are
Well,
trolling.
we have our own fork threat, and they can just take. Never mind. And they take with check.
Okay. Uh, no, because Alfred thinks that the danger has passed. Okay, 93. No, I mean like because he has recovered. I think getting a GF in this game, a massive blunder. I'm gonna keep repeating the joke. I don't care. Screw you guys. Um,
I
getting
appreciate
GF
it.
in this game, blunder. I think we should have left it. Not a massive blunder, just a mistake, an inaccuracy. We should have left the G pawn where it was.
Did we got G4 and right away.
G5.
G5, yes.
Ah, my goodness. Okay. Oof. Oh dear. Um, Now I wouldn't play King F2, certainly. I would play Rook F1.
Is our queen almost
I mean
trapped?
G4, G4, King G, Queen G2.
We don't have to move it right away because it's pinned, but you want to. I guess then H3 is an idea.
Yeah.
This looks a little funky if you kind of allow H3 to hit this.
Yeah, I mean although H5, H3, H4 wins on the spot. Whoops.
Yep. Big whoops.
I mean, turned around, I guess. It's still strategically lost. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Uh, well, on the very next move, he's playing the man is probably playing King H8 or Rook G6.
It is quite never lost with exclamation point factor. You'll be able to swindle even the most down bad positions.
I mean, no, I don't.
Hello, Andrew from Hawaii. How you doing, buddy?
I think Amon is probably sitting here thinking, like, how is this game not over yet? My goodness.
It's been a very honestly, it's been a very resilient defense from Alfred, who first couple moves it was like, is Amon just gonna be winning in 20 moves? But the last 10
Yeah.
have been pretty good.
Do they call people from Nova Scotia Scotians?
I thought it was newbies.
I think that's Newfoundland, which is Newfies.
Ah, yes, yes, yes.
But Nova Scotia, if they don't call them Scotians, uh, then it's a no. But why? I mean, where else is called Scotia, Mattis? You could just say Scotians.
Couldn't
Well,
you also just do
eh,
Novians for that matter, though?
Nubians.
I think Novians is almost cooler. New Scoutlanders. Yeah, of course it's irrelevant to the game. We've been streaming for 2 hours.
Well, I'm just saying that the
Gotta kill the time.
Scotians are quite vigorous defenders.
Mm. Just call them Canadian.
No, but because Canadians in general, the Canadians in general might not be good defenders, but Scotians in particular. I mean, no, like maybe Alfred was sitting there. He was saying uh you know, I don't care about the yacht anymore. I don't care. I'm playing a GM.
let me
No
get
yacht.
let me get out my bamboo stick. Fight back. If you could pick up this pawn and put it here, would you? Do you mean like
No, he meant
allowing?
back to F2, but the answer is no. We want the F. pawn to occupy f4, so a piece of his can't occupy f4. Even if we ignore this idea that that maybe like even if we pretend he can't take on he can't play f4 if our pawn wasn't on f4, we still want to occupy that square and to stop him from pushing.
Noted.
I expect a long thing from him on here.
I'm gonna refill my water and go to the bathroom. I'll be right back though.
I was about to do the same thing.
It's okay. You can go. You can go. I'll run my
No, no,
errand.
no, no, no. You said it first. Go, go,
Fine.
go,
I'll go
go,
quick.
go now. Aman's not lost. He's winning. He's like strategically winning. It's just like he's probably annoyed that this move G5 appeared and like suddenly all of Alfred's pieces are working and they shouldn't be. It's unfair. It's unfair for all of the pieces to actually be doing anything. Um, chess is so silly. God. All right, well, Neil. All right, Valav. I'm waiting for the Neil stream. When is the Neil stream coming back? What is well? Black doesn't have a threat, but he's threatening to have a threat at some point. So okay, if Rook F1 and then he plays King H8 and then we do something else, then it's annoying to have G takes F, Rook takes F, Knight G5. There you go. That's the threat. No, scrumptious. He can't take H6 because there's a rook on H6, dude. Okay, I mean maybe I'm silly. Okay, that line was dumb because the king's on H8, but still, Queen H4, King H8, and then you're going back to H3. You feel silly. Queen G2, H5. You have to move the queen again. I guess you can take on D5. Okay.
Hello, buddy. Feel
Oh,
free
the,
to.
the blanket is out.
Oh, I've had the blanket out for a while, honestly.
Okay, okay.
I'm a very peepo comfy bra.
All right, let me go get some water there, Chief.
No problem. Recently, during COVID, I've been taking my blanket. Tell the chat this. I've been taking the blanket on all my plane rides because obviously you guys know it's a federal mandate. You have to wear a mask on planes still. But if you put the blanket over your head, like completely over it, you don't have to wear a mask. So there's a bit of lore. Quickly turn on the engine while he's not here. Oh, it is still winning. I can't confirm. But no, I didn't actually turn on the engine. A parrot. Interesting. Interesting. That is true, Crouching Goat. Well, I know, Sleazy, but like a blanket's very comfortable. You know, you put it over your head, you put in headphones, and as Bemlet just mentioned, you can then vape on a plane and use a dab pen. Not that I'm admitting to any of these things, because that would be a federal offense. Yeah, Rook F1 makes a lot of sense. It's currently Black's move. I mean, White's move, so probably just Rook F1, defend the pawn. I just flew to Canada a week ago, Stu, and I definitely had to wear a mask. When I fly to San Diego in 2 days or tomorrow, I won't have to wear a mask. International flights, you do. Honestly, Buddy Alfred has been defending like a champ. I'm sorry, Poker Bros. I have this nice Razer mic with a light on it. I want to show it off, but I want to have it, close to the camera. So it's gotta be like this.
Rook F1 on the board. Oh, no? No Rook
No,
F1?
I was analyzing Rook F1.
I see.
Rook F1, just defend the pawn. If push, probably just go queen back. I wouldn't want to go to these squares. I mean, if Rook F1, G4, Queen H4, there's no way to trap it outright. But I mean, you're putting your queen in prison for no reason instead of
H3.
doubling
H3
up.
here looks good.
That is true. But compared to this in H3, it feels a
Because
little.
H5 traps and H4
Oh
traps the rook.
yes,
But now that the queen's on
yes.
H4, you can't do it anymore, and then you're good. Knight takes G4 is a little too much.
It's a lot of too much since the bishop still protects the square, so you can't recapture with the rook. So it's just kind of.
Has Neil always been this snarky? Oh dear, like maybe I just haven't noticed the Neil snark.
He's been feeling pretty feisty since he's gone out to San Diego, not San Diego,
San
San
Diego, yeah, he's a
Francisco.
California guy now.
Yeah, I mean, he's living the good life out there in the Golden State, as they say.
I think he was in New York for a week.
Visiting all my stopping grounds: New
That's right.
York, Cali.
Alfred is feeling himself, dude. He's happy with how the game has gone, it looks like.
Yeah, Alfred was very happy after he got out of the dust. We saw him just nodding his head, kind of understanding that, hey, I'm not, entirely super worse anymore, maybe. Well, the worst of it,
He's I
worst
mean
of it's
he's
over.
he's definitely
Worse.
I
But the
mean
worst,
long
worst
term.
of it.
Okay, sorry. What did we see? Queen G2. Okay, yes. Concrete, brah.
Hitting a pawn. And this is still pinned, so you can never take here.
So presumably bishop e6.
Yep, because you no longer have any pressure on the H pawn.
Right.
When you ever go H4, there's always just G4 to shut it down.
Hmm.
Maybe now your move, King F2 to.
No, I want rook f1.
Okay. Kind of
He's
just.
second seed. Yeah, it's
What
rook
is that?
f1, g4, h3, h5. I don't like this. H takes g. Yeah. Then king f2.
Mm, I don't know. If you play bishop e6, I almost kind of do want to look at sacks on g4 to
Sure,
push.
sure, sure. The rook.
Well,
Uh,
because I want to have this defended by the knight as well.
but we only need it defended
That's
twice
true.
because
That's
the
true.
queen is leading, right? So sorry.
Just positionally, this might be really good if you get to play.
Rook is a rook is a rook though.
Well, I sacked the knight in this line.
Knight is a knight is a knight.
That is true. It would have to be concrete.
All this might be, I don't know. Let's say we try to keep all the material. The bishop moves.
Take with check.
Okay, h8. That loses on the spot.
That's true, yes. So here first. I know I was trying
Also
to.
loses on the spot.
Oh yes, rook over. So I was actually thinking I kind of want to have your move king f2
But
already in.
we need the king. Yeah, I don't think this works out.
Yeah.
The only thing that I can think of is would be the move e uh e6. But
Yes, I can see that being an idea. Rook h4 hangs the queen.
no, and also f6, bishop takes g4, queen takes g4, rook to g8 there.
We have
But
Michelle checking out Amon's game.
oh, I think she's playing Mr. Mayo
She's playing
this
Mr.
round.
Mayo. Ooh,
Yes.
it's that's a cute pairing. A bit of Amon's former opponents going head to head.
Yes, just a real gathering of like I don't know, like it's like in Harry Potter or something at the end when he's like facing off with Voldemort and he sees like I should just read another book. Never mind.
Another book indeed. I like your idea of bringing in another rook, maybe. Want to try to be flexible. Because I don't see. Does black really ever want to go g4? Or does he want to continue to turtle? You
Does
always
he want to
think
ever
here.
go g4? Uh, yeah, especially with the queen on g2, but the pawn is just hanging, so that's the
I
problem.
know. And you would get a queen trade, but I mean, this is such a lost endgame.
No, no, yeah, no, not a chance, not a chance. I mean,
So probably bishop here to protect the pawn. Then maybe something like g4 might be an option.
hey, I'd be proud to have Emma Watson eyebrows.
King h8 here.
Uh, yeah, threat is to take on f4,
Yeah.
so rook f1. It probably transposes to bishop e6.
Yeah, it's like you played. That makes
But
sense.
then, I mean, honestly, no, this is like a worse move order. Take on g5.
Wondering, do you, maybe you think about taking with the knight here?
I mean, either way you take, there's bishop takes on f5, or yeah, bishop takes f5.
Yeah.
I take with the bishop because I want my knight to cover my rook on f1.
Yep. Yep, that makes sense.
So this should just be lost. Pass pawn, brah, up a pawn, brah.
Winning
Weak
another
d5,
pawn.
brah. Yeah. So yeah, I think I don't know. Alfred is uh, Alfred is probably feeling himself right now. To quote Mr. Omen Malik.
I don't know. I think he's kind of going through like the 5 stages of grief. Like he's okay. My position's on the up and up, and now I think he's back down to the. Am I sure
Well,
about that?
it's the best position that he's had all game.
We
Like
did get a.
literally from move four, best position that the dude's had. So
Omid apparently drew his game in the Calgary International thingy. Shout out to Omid. No, I
no,
am
not a
not a
good
turtle
result.
player.
Not a good result for Omizi.
I don't know who was playing, to be fair. Well, then Zebra feels for Buddy Omid.
Well, we did kind of give Black five moves, and his position did improve slightly.
That is true. Well, if you take all the pieces off the board, you're probably going to be taking on d5 in some way, so you get the two connected passers bunglet, which makes it a little bit trickier.
No, I don't want to do coffee. I don't drink caffeine after 4 p.m. So I'm going to be I'm on the struggle bus.
Thank you, McMaster. Well, bunglet, I can't see a perfect world where all the pieces get traded and Amon doesn't win something out of it. It's just so many things in this position are kind of tricky.
No, other 9 to 5 bras have me know what I'm talking about. You don't drink coffee until 4 p.m.
I
I feel
don't.
scammed by the fact that I have a job.
Can you elaborate on that?
Well, you got like I have all these rules, Corey. So I can't drink caffeine after 4 p.m. I have to go to bed early on the weekends so I can get a nice little like sleep schedule in there. And then you got everybody in the chat. Oh, I don't have a job. Oh, I wake up at 4 p.m. I wake up at noon. You know, terrible, terrible. Hate having a job.
I wake up
No, it's
like
a
3 times a day. I woke up at 4 a.m. I woke up at 4 p.m. I'll probably wake up at 5 a.m.
no, it's a scam. I'm completely scammed. Having a job is a scam.
Big scam. Just don't have a job.
Yeah, I don't know. Other people seem to work it out.
One that try to. It's not like I don't disagree that if like maybe if it's just all the pawns, it's a drawn endgame.
Oh no, hard disagree. Hard disagree.
Well, I would be able to fuck it up, believe me.
Mhm.
But
Um,
I
I
don't.
don't know.
There isn't like a way for Black to offer trades. All of his pawns are in front of his bishop. This bishop is barely blocked in. The rooks are and queen are lined up on the king. F takes
Well,
g4. There's some. You'd have to
I mean,
calculate this.
Rook F1, I guess. Well, there's also G6. We have to look at G6. F4, sorry, F4 if he plays F4 G6.
Yeah.
Could just be good. Could just be solid. I don't know.
Just hitting a check.
Queen moves. And I mean queen moves and then we win a piece. King yeah, no, this is just probably quite nice. Double check.
Yeah.
So not quite working, but then you can play rook it. You not like bishop G1 is not quite working, but then you could play
Yep.
rook F1.
Yep. You ever take here? Whoa.
Well, and in fact, we're actually threatening at this exact moment to take on F4, right?
Yep. Because if he
Um,
goes here, this is mate.
exactly, exactly. Well, no, the bishop covers H7,
That's true.
so
That's true. I forgot about this bishop. I have a cup in
so
front of my screen. Yeah. So we can just, in theory, in this position, you can take on g5.
yeah. I guess worth considering is what happens after pawn G5. Knight G5 is less concerning, but
Don't want to play
because
h4.
I mean F4 feels a little worse now because we don't have any tactics, right? So So pawn g5, rook f1, f4, f4, bishop takes h7. Should be solid. Queen, I would say queen takes. Yeah.
I mean, you have to
No,
do this.
king h8 has to be played.
Mm,
We're threatening rook h3 or bishop h3, excuse me. So um, I don't know. Maybe queen f3 here.
what about knight g4?
Sure, knight g4.
Let's try to get here. That's very possible. Yeah, and
Yeah,
queen f3 is very nice as well there.
I think Amon will start with rook f1. It makes the most sense.
It was a different
No,
position.
in the line where he takes,
Yeah,
queen takes, blah, here, queen f3.
yeah.
Although there is king g8, right, rook g8. God damn it! But I guess queen f4. Yeah, queen f.
Up 2 pawns.
Yeah.
Still a little.
There's rook f8 there. Swap and then queen swap. Sorry, queen rook takes, queen takes, bishop moves somewhere, rook f8.
Yes. What about bishop back though? Because then you're Oh yes,
Rook
just.
f6, rook f6.
Oh, he will not mouse slip IRL. Very nice finishing touches.
Yes. Yeah, I expect. I mean, it's just black is dead. It just feels better than it did before, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Optically, it looks better, but it's still bad.
Yeah. Why is Amon 1609 in the world? Is it true?
I, if that is true, good for Rahman.
He's, the way that the man said it sounded like it was like a personal betrayal. Why? Why is he only 1609? God.
Retired for 5 years and still top 2,000 in the world. God, why? It's not fair.
A lot of people play chess, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest, a lot of
A
people play
lot of
chess.
people play. Also, everyone is like retired. Their ratings still count.
Do they really?
I think
I
so.
thought at some point that you get taken off the list. Like
Well, at some
Hikaru was
point,
taken off the list for a little bit. Like a couple years or something.
maybe he wasn't like doing something with FIDE, but even then, I feel like maybe because I feel like also Hikaru was top 10, so it's a little different. But if you're
Mm.
like a 1,000 guy who just hasn't played for 2 years, I doubt they're going to take you off.
Well, I think it's automated.
Mm, that's fair. I'd be surprised if it was like super automated though. Yeah, that probably makes sense. There's probably one active and then overall. Okay, so it was a move for 2 or 3 months.
Yes, the image on Fido seems to be 10 years old. Could be on Fido. Rook F1 is what we think is happening. Well, what I think is happening. But there's also you have to consider G takes or F takes G because we did have G takes F. And now it's time to do it the other way. You know, maybe Amon wants to go both ways this turn.
Yes, he's playing
Kurt,
for both
my name's
teams.
not Kurt, dude. Thanks though, Asjua, Sajua, Sajua. Okay,
I am 20 Bob K.
20, 20, 20. It
Although
does look ugly.
Apparently, bishop
That's
e6
my
is on the board.
yes.
They're on move 22. This game quickly develops, but you can kind of tell it's still early games because Amon hasn't moved his rook yet.
I'm expecting rook f1. Really uh some interesting differentiating postures here.
Yes, yes. You have you and I with we're lean back, we're comfortable, and then we have Amon kind of perched at the board,
A
and
big
then
percher. Yes.
yes, and Alfred is just. I wouldn't describe it.
Stoic.
I described it as perched up if it was like on steroids.
I would say that he's like meditating, but then you also see you can see his leg going.
Yeah, he's like ready for a fight. He's ready at like any moment just to jump into action. He does have really good posture though.
He is a. I wonder what he does for a living. If he's retired, what he did for a living. Maybe he was like a chiropractor.
Are you a big chiropractor fan?
No, isn't it like pseudoscience?
Well, they say
I
that, but I'm quite a fan of it, so like I'm not the right person to ask. It feels nice every once in a while.
my name's not Kurt. Jeez.
No, but you
I-
can't tell the chat that.
No, but like I'm less offended at them like saying that I'm like an incel or something than I am like messing up my name.
You can you can call me whatever you like, just don't call me Kurt.
Yes.
I have to agree with Lopes. Chiropractors are legit, but I do see how some people think it's a pseudoscience.
It is. It does. It's kind of a pseudoscience. I mean, yeah, it's like getting a massage. I don't know. Like
It's a
yeah,
bit different.
okay.
I do have to agree though. It's a little bit similar at the same time.
Do you guys remember the Seinfeld episode where they got massage therapy covered by the insurance company? A classic, a classic. It moved, Jerry. It moved. Okay.
We did get F takes G.
Oh dear.
Go Amon.
Go on. Okay, probably because F5, like if you can't after G takes F, after H takes G, excuse me. Uh, Rook F1, and then you can there's no way that you can get away with F4 because that hangs. The knight G5 will hang at the end. And if you can't get away with F4, then it looks like F5 is just hanging. Although Queen D7. Hmm. So I wonder. I wonder. Queen H3, indeed. If F4, then again H7. Swap twice. Or you might even take on G5 for no, take on G5, take on G5.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
that forces king here. Because
No, it forces King H8. It forces King H8. But still
oh yes,
it's
because your queen sit with the bishop. The
yeah.
reason
But you
I
could still
because of this.
no, I understand. You don't just take King takes and then I don't know, knight G2, let's say.
Yeah, put some pressure on this pawn.
Oh, without King H6. Ah, fuck. H4, King H6, H4. Okay, we're fine. Um, a lot of these lines are forcing. The reason that I'm not calculating this is because I'm lazy. So knight g2 h4 here.
You did get a move. He took back.
Jessica, the hot girl, do you have a suggestion for someone that she would like to see?
Kurtz is
Yeah,
a big 2700 lead chess player.
that's right. And chess.com. Well, okay, not 2700, that other website anymore.
You hit it though. Yes, yes, only 2700.
GM's on the regular, many, many hundreds. But Jessica, then those guys, they don't have my personality. Like it's just a unique mixture of vaguely 2700 internet blitz plus also this sparkling smile.
And twink body.
Hey, I've scalped Mr. Esterman before.
That is true. We get to every once in a while. You'll be playing Blitz late at night and get paired with him.
That's right.
Exactly, tired too. Carter too tired. They spent way too much of their time studying. Versus we have Kurtz, who's fun.
Yes, very fun. I haven't really slept. I went to a concert last night and I lost my voice at the concert.
We
And then I didn't really get to sleep prior after the concert. Um, and so here we are suffering. I saw a local Austin band called A Giant Dog. Um, so
we did get a Rook F1.
yes, as expected. Queen D7 seems like the best move.
Protecting the pawn.
Thank you, Bunglet. Mohawk is great as a venue. It's not a screamo concert. I don't trust Valentinian's opinion on any music at all. So um, I wouldn't trust him to know what screamo is. Any like vague shouting. Well, if you guys want RVK, I can't believe we got plebs sitting here complaining about, yeah, oh geez, can't believe that they didn't get the 2650 Dutch, second best Dutch player in the world, Grandmaster, to commentate the Mayflower Open in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Come on, isn't even subbed, can't even throw $5 at the pros, and he's like, oh, this is ridiculous. Where is Miroshchenko, commentating for the chess pros on this Amon versus unrated player, game? Oh, terrible.
Exclamation point 17. You guys, we got a little peek at a RVK commentary for Amon's first OTB event. And if he so chooses to grace us, of course, we will be happily letting him in. No problem, Jay. Yep, we need Jan and Leko, exactly.
Yeah, the lead singer last night did make a lot of references to being horny. It was kind of weird. I guess it fit in with the show. It was a really good show. You know when you see a band and like they just play their music and that's good, but they don't really put on a show. They put on an actual show, so that was nice.
That is good. Had a thing to watch while you listened.
That's right.
Because that's half the entertainment. That's why you go there.
Right, that's why you go. Otherwise, I could just stay at home and listen.
We are currently on. There's a 69 number in our followers, so that just caught my
Oh,
interest.
fantastic.
Nice.
What's the singer of A Giant Dog?
Yeah, all the chats like terminally horny singer. I gotta write this down.
Yeah, okay, if you're into like rock music, A Giant Dog is probably the best to come out of Austin. So, just saying.
Yep, Amon is indeed getting forked and is indeed losing. There's no check here. Nothing like that at all. Worst case scenario. But totally, yep.
Yeah, a giant dog. The A is in the name.
Are they like Clifford the Big Red Dog? But
No, it's just a good. It's a good
it is a good name.
like a good Austin band. Local pro.
Pipe organ. I think the only time I've listened to pipe organs was in church. If Black could teleport his king
I mean,
safely into the
F5 would
corner.
still be hanging.
Yeah, we have all of our
Okay,
piece.
Lewis. Yes, you're right. That's true, but I'm saying like active now.
Is that a real band name? The
It
Butthole
is. It is.
Surfers?
I met one of the sound techs for the Butthole Surfers at a bar here in Austin. He was an old dude. All he talks about is how he was a sound tech for that band.
Probably very proud of it.
It's. I mean, hey, I'd be proud of that too.
We did get F4.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, everything is very forcing from here. Bishop takes h7. Uh, I guess you could consider king takes h7, and then rook takes. It's still rook g5 because f4 is still pinned. Um, and I'm not sure what happens from here.
Kind of want to try to get my bishop into the game, but it's really hard to. And my king feels so naked. I like how we were just, can we take off these pieces and then.
Yeah, I mean, Amana is like wondering if he missed something with bishop takes h7 um, after f4.
Yeah.
I guess also there's knight g4. There's knight g4 if we wanted to not do this, by the way. You might want to keep the bishop on. Um, right? So you still probably can't take. So there's knight g4, and so like same deal. Maybe bishop g4, rook g4, and then there's h4 on top. So it's not like we have options. We don't have options.
Yeah. We have options like Hanson on Tinder.
Well, not in India. I don't know how many options Hansen has on Tinder in
That
India.
is true. That is true.
Apparently, he can't leave his hotel. So
Well, oh, like he has like security guards with him. Oh yeah, he did say
yeah,
that.
I saw some stuff on Twitter. You know how awesome Twitter is about how like a lot of the players in the hotels of Olympia just can't leave. So
Eric did say that he might have to Amazon some bug spray because he
right.
didn't know where to get it. Amon has 3 more games this tournament. 1 tomorrow and then 2 August 1st.
Austin does have some nice architecture. My favorite place in Austin is the public library downtown. It I always tell people to go check it out, and I always kind of everybody kind of laughs at me.
Yeah,
Sad,
I'm laughing
but
at you on the inside. I'm not gonna lie.
but it's a beautiful library. It's a beautiful library. It's fantastic. So I still think that people should go to the library and check it out.
Yay, libraries.
Yay, library!
Let's just agree
No,
to
the Austin.
we'll agree to disagree.
I love the Austin Public Library.
I can see the benefit of going to a library. It's not for me
Uh
though.
huh. Okay, great. All right, buddy.
No, but I can definitely see why you would go. I mean, I don't even. I'm the type of person that's just like, if I have a test, I'll wing it. Which is definitely not a good way to do it. Go
Okay.
Jaspers.
All right. And people are making fun of me for saying the library, but uh, please. Thank you, Mid South Mayhem. My nephew is in Austin and recommends the Austin Public Library highly. That's right. That's right.
Is Mullet Guy here?
He's
Oh, we're
behind
doing Mullet Guy.
the gray hair guy.
Go Mullet Man.
Yeah, any library bras in the chat? Thanks.
Amon's probably just choosing all of his options. There you go. So what do you do with this public library?
Well, usually I check out books, but there's a nice little balcony. I sometimes I'll work from my library. I'll take my work laptop, log into the old VPN, and just work from this like nice outdoor garden slash balcony where I can see the river and like the skyline that's south. It's nice.
So it's like downtown, built
It's
up.
downtown. It's a nice library.
Okay, so you're
Yeah.
going there for a view as well.
Yes, the aesthetic. I also, pick up the old holds and
You probably
nice.
get a coffee in
Yes,
the
there's
corner.
like there's a little cafe attached to the library. They have like a little kiosk that faces into the library, so you can buy coffee, you can buy tea, all that sort of
I'd
thing.
be buying pastries. I have a sweet tooth.
Yes. I think this is just winning, Natasha. I don't know. It is nice, Ruin. It is my favorite place in Austin.
If you think you're getting
You
two
have two
rooks
options. You have
for
two
the
options.
queen,
You have knight g4 or you have bishop takes h7. Both of them are very legit.
and like even if you take the rook on knight g5, knight
Knight
g4,
g4.
thinking that you're gonna be getting two rooks for the queen after rook takes, maybe even bishop takes, so you'll bring a rook over. It's like, oh,
Well, you would play knight takes on f7 in that case, uh, right? You get the fork ski in.
yes, so
Oh,
that's my point.
yeah.
I'm saying if you think you're getting two rooks, we're gonna fork you because this isn't
Oh,
an easy move to see.
what, knight g4, knight h6?
Yeah, if you
Uh, okay, all right, Gory, I'll give you that one there, but
at this point you might think, okay, I'll just take the two rooks.
uh, okay, all right.
No, I do agree though. Even if
I
like it's a
no,
lot of
our
assuming.
Alfred isn't he sees Tic Tacs.
He sees the tic tacs. Okay.
I think so.
Hello to Dr. Lord Mayonnaise.
How do you feel about libraries, Dr. Lord? Hello, Omid.
Hello, Omid. We heard about your game, buddy. See raw fuels, which you'll definitely get them tomorrow. I'm I can see. We'll
Sorry.
explain this library a bit more, because
Well, no. I just want to address Reptilius the Third. Uh, yes, very egotistical of me to say that I think nearly anyone would see this move from knight h6. Okay, all right. Never mind. Gory, what's your question, buddy?
build up the library. Describe it to
Well, it's
those
5 stories.
5 stories, the nice view of Austin.
Uh-huh.
It's a coffee shop built in. It seems
Coffee
like a nice
shop built
place.
in.
It's
It is
not
a nice
your
place.
not your every
It
not your run of the mill
not your
library.
run-of-the-mill library, right? You think of a library, you think of like, I don't know, sadness and like just like a very square, building. All it has is bookshelves. Not the case here.
Well, it's probably 5 stories of like a huge base, right?
Yeah, it's like right on the river. It's fantastic.
We always have one of those places, Bummit, where you just go when you don't want to go to class.
That's right. He
Thank
was
you,
probably thinking
Amos.
about how crappy the library in Halifax is in comparison to. No, I'm sure the library in Halifax is fantastic.
Looks like we might be getting a move from Buddy Amon.
Well, he's just deciding. Oh, where he's taking on h7. Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
With check.
So king takes almost certainly, and then I expect
Well, why not queen
because
six
then
stepping out of the
then
pin?
takes on g5 comes with check.
Ah, yes.
Right. Right. So here your king is already on the. I mean, you could still take on g5, but I mean, and also, granted, there is still knight g4. So I mean, although then that is the two rogues thing. So I think we're gonna see. Well, Weather Vane, can you elucidate why is queen takes bishop technically stronger?
You probably can. You, it's probably
I
just
well, I
what.
just I'm just curious if the engine might say that is stronger, but I don't know why. It looks just objectively worse. I don't know. Well, I don't believe the engine. Leave me alone, engine. I don't want to talk to you.
It also engine strength matters on your computer strength as well. If you're pulling it
Yeah,
up on your phone, I wouldn't trust anything that says. Is this the last game of the day?
I, I think so.
Nope,
Yeah.
there's a couple more. Maybe last DGT.
Okay. I don't know, man. It's nice that Leela said on a 3080 that Queen takes is stronger. Um, I don't think it really matters if Queen takes is stronger or not, according to the engine.
Nimzo, I've
It
had, sorry to cut you off. I've had two
sure.
computers play each other, and it 100% does matter the strength of the computer. It
I
was
don't
like
know.
a
Does anybody find it boring that like that you can be thinking about a chess position and like discussing it, and then someone just says, "Well, actually, my computer says that this is better." It takes all the fun away. Like, where's the mystery?
that
It's
is
like
true.
doing, like I don't know. It just it.
That I was playing my friend the other day, and he was like, "Oh, computer says this move's a blunder." I was like, "Yeah, well, I didn't see the reputation, so that move actually won on the spot." Because it's like, yeah, maybe it's a blunder, but it's like I don't know the eval. I don't know why it's a blunder.
Well, to the extent that that like I don't know. It kind of seems like chess was more fun to when their engines didn't exist. Am I a chess hipster? Am I a chess hipster? I might be a chess
I
hipster.
guess so. You know, chess in the old days was better.
Okay, so you say, sure, taking with the queen gets out of the pin, but after we take on g5, if you step on the f file, then I just simply win the f pawn, right? And then you have, so logically then, if you can't step on the f file, then you have to step on the h file, and so it doesn't actually break the pin now, does it? Because there's still a rook on the f file, right? So I don't know. I don't really buy that as an argument.
And this looks pretty mating.
Valfun, I mean, buddy, like I think that's an impractical situation, sir, because you're never gonna. Well, hopefully, I hope for everyone's sake that you're never playing anybody who's reading numbers off a screen. Sure, Weather Vane. I mean, I guess I don't know. I find it it's cool, man. It's all right. I don't know. Engines take the mystery of the game away from me, and I'm not super interested. King takes is just much more natural. I say that you give that position to any grandmaster, and they would all say, okay, well, just then king takes, right? And only after looking at king takes would they investigate queen takes. But it might all be a moot point because oh, you think so, Thalfun? I guess I don't know. It looks terrible. It looks terrible. Okay, here let me tell you why the engine likes queen takes better. Because when you bring the king to the h file, the engine wants the queen to be able to block checks from the h file, so you don't get mated immediately. That's why. Because queen takes keeps the game going on longer. That's why, sir.
That's always very funny though. It's like, yeah, I'm losing, but I'm gonna block with my queen and play
Right,
on.
that's exactly it. And this one, you can't block with your queen quite as easily. And now, like let's say Rook F3, for example, threatens to win the game on the spot. Um,
Well, if Grilled Peppers, if this, we already went on the spot.
yeah, yeah. And then there's also if you take with the Rook, there's Rook H3. If you take with the Bishop, there's Queen H. Or, sorry, Rook H5. If you take with the Bishop, there's the thing.
Go left bridge. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah. So I don't know. Engine makes me sad. That's also why I hate watching like chess broadcasts where they have the engine bar up and going up and down all the time. This is just me ranting now. That's what this stream is. Uh,
We're
it's
all
it's
here
just
for it.
it's just so boring because like it got I immediately I'm not even thinking about the position. I'm just looking at the bar going up and down. It makes me sad. Makes me sad. I agree, Ruin. I agree.
And
It
it's
makes me
definitely it's better for the commentators to learn to study as well.
right, right. I'm not a GM, but maybe I'm someone who might, I want to get good at chess, and I get good at chess by learning.
Kurtz till
I'm
it
not,
hurts. I love it.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not really a McMaster, but
I have a couple of
I
vinyl
think
records.
it's different. It's definitely different, right? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm a crazy person.
No, it definitely is different. I mean, I have a record player right next to me. That's different. I
Does Alfred have a move here? Probably not. Um, I would say Rook G8 be a good try, but that really is like kind of admitting that it's over.
I think he just pushed F3.
He just played F3, pawn F3.
Yes.
Okay, Queen G3, Queen G3. Everybody.
Brace. Hold. But yeah, that's just. Yep. I was trying to get this idea in with Queen F2, but Queen G3 is just cleaner.
Yeah, certainly. Because Queen F. I mean, pretty much always Black has. Well, actually, Black doesn't even have Queen F4 trading queens. Black has F2, F2 check. Yeah, and okay, yeah.
But why in this position can't you go Queen F4?
Rook H5.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
And we do have faith in Amon to convert these.
Yep. Aban has really been doing his absolute best to play an endgame for these past 3 games, but his opponents won't allow it.
Well, thank God for his opponents.
Yes, yes. God bless.
God bless his opponents, and
God bless
God
Chess
bless
TV.
Jesse B.
That's right.
And Chess TV lovers. Can't forget about them. Alfred, honestly, after playing the first 10 moves pretty questionably,
Some of the worst opening choices I've ever seen.
the
Like
ne-
he was in it with a shout like towards the end. Like he
yeah,
was really putting up a defense.
he was.
These Scotians, I think they need like to work on their openings, man.
They
Like
need to
let's get
learn.
some
They need to join the gym! Exclamation point! Learn
or get some chess.com opening trainer courses in there, you know? Thinkamon has one on the London.
with their premium account bought with the Chess Bra.
That's right. All the while heating up some factor meals.
Yes. Really reeling them in. Showing them all we have to offer.
Oh, maybe Rook F3 works. I don't know. Probably not. It's there's no reason. Queen G3 is simple.
Yeah, just
Because even in the worst case, even if on F2 we don't get away with King G2, and we do, you can just swap twice and you're still winning. Like even if we didn't get to do this. Okay, no, you want King G2 so you can cover F3.
well, you're
Um,
saying even if we couldn't go King G2.
no, right, right. I'm saying that you could just pick up the pawn on F2 and you'd still be winning because of the pass pawn, because of the weak pawns on D5 and stuff. So I'm saying that you could always just take. Defend H6.
I don't get that.
How?
White doesn't even have a bishop.
Well, he means bishop,
But this is like it just I don't get it at all.
bishop. Yeah, no, no. Oh, no, no. He means bishop, bishop D7, bishop D7. So rook H6. Ah, I see. Said the blind man to his deathward. Um, fair point. I guess then we take. Then we can take an F2. Maybe we're in it for a long while here. God forbid.
I'm thinking maybe then you check with the rook, take with the Ang's a rook.
No, because the queen covers H5 there, sir.
Yes, I realized as I was saying that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to get a knight check into work, even the bishop. It's annoying with that.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, he doesn't have to play F2 even, I guess. He can play just bishop C8. So let's say F3, queen G3, bishop C8. Bishop C8, bishop C8.
Maybe does this idea work here? We were talking about that
No,
earlier.
there's always, well, yeah, it's unfortunate if if the if the rook were defended on G7. Oh God, I'm losing my voice. It
Yes, you can always take.
would work, right? But knight G4, you just take it. I look like a blueberry. Okay, dude.
Alfred is putting up a great fight.
I mean, he has some resources. Very annoying, this rook on A6.
Yeah. A6 and A5 were really timely.
It's so annoying.
Well, Fish and Fish, we have been streaming for 8 hours today, and I'm very hungry. Could go heat up some Factor, but it's like 3 flights of stairs. Don't really want to walk it.
3 flights of stairs.
Yes, I have the loft.
I see.
And because my parents didn't want to walk up 3 flights of stairs every day, they gave it to me.
I see.
So it's a blessing and a curse. I definitely could use some Factor.
You got to get like a mini fridge or a mini
Yes.
freezer
Yeah.
and a microwave up there. Then you never have to leave.
Yep, just live in my room. Treat it like an apartment.
Yep.
Well, like, I'm living in the third floor. It's like everyone has. Not everyone, but most people have an attic. Still at home, too.
Oh no, I really don't want Amon to be analyzing this game with his opponent because it's gonna take a long time.
Yes, it is. Mini fridge and toaster oven. I like the sound of that.
Maybe E6, rook E6, knight G4.
Say again, sorry?
E6, rook E6, knight G4.
I like that, to take away the square.
Yeah, for queen H6.
Did get queen
There's
G3.
there's there's rook G6 though in that position. E6, rook E6, knight G4, rook G6. Can't believable. King G7. Well, no. Sorry, after queen h4. Ugh. Oh wait, no, hold on. Queen h6. Queen h6.
Oh yeah,
Ah, yes. Beautiful, beautiful,
and we won a queen.
beautiful.
I had a mouse slipped not playing queen here, which is why I had in my mind. That is a very nice line.
Yeah, e6 is nice. Let's see if there's a
So why can't you
refutation.
take e6 with the bishop? That was my original question.
Because then we have the you need the bishop, the rook to cover the h6
Oh
square.
yes.
So okay, so rook e6 only move. Knight g4. Is there anything?
I don't think. Does the other rook? Maybe what about this rook so that you
No, it
can?
doesn't help. Queen
Oh yeah,
h4.
CG.
Queen h4 wins.
Is there anything here? I mean, you can throw
You
in the
think? Sorry,
check.
Tom. You think I have a comb over? What? Does this look? It's. I'm not. Nothing's been combed over. It's all in there, man. Talking about. Jeez.
That's harsh, Tom.
Very harsh.
Tom lives in a greenhouse, so he thinks he's untouchable.
I'm young, vibrant.
Funny, smart. He's got
You
stories to
smart.
tell.
You loyal.
He didn't even comb. That's a good
But
point.
yeah, that's a great point. Yes, you do need to sack a pawn before knight g4 because we want the knight on g4 to cover the h6 square. So I don't have a receding hairline. I just have a big forehead. My hairline's been like this since I was like, I don't know, 12 or whatever. So why didn't I make my bed? Because I woke up right at 7:30 to to do commentary with Corey. Like I literally roll out of bed. 5 minutes later, I was on a Discord call. Uh, and then I went back to bed in between, and I just didn't have time. So takes 2 minutes.
But why
I'm
would
just
I don't get the point of making your bed? You're just gonna sleep in it
no.
at
It,
night.
it makes sense. It's just like I'm just. You should do it. It's just I just know that my time is either going to be spent here or making the bed. So hold on. Speaking of giving you guys a better look at my unmade bed, I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
No worries. Yeah, so I still don't see the point of making a bed. It's probably the 20-year-old in me. But we will have him make the bed on stream, hopefully, Natasha. Good way to waste time. That's a good scam idea, Natasha. I will pitch him on it. Thank you. Oh, that was a very quick bathroom break. That was a very quick bathroom break.
Thank you.
Well, we have a pitch for you.
Mm-hmm.
20 subs, you make your bed on stream.
Not gonna happen.
Oh, why not? You don't want to entice the scam?
I don't. I don't. I don't see a cut of that. I got my $50 Chess Pro voucher about an hour and a half ago. So
Did you, I already know the answer.
what? Did I wash my hands? Yes,
Yeah,
of course.
totally.
No, it's not a joke. I always wash my hands.
Very quick hand washing. So we did get a F2.
Okay, King G2.
Yep, most logical, preventing against trading queens. For your friend Bunglet, not Bunglet, for your friend Fish on Fish, I would also like to know the answer.
Well, maybe I didn't go to the bathroom.
That's a very good point. Yeah, I could have refilled your drink as well.
I could have. No, Amonis is just double checking.
Conserving his lines because he knows that he has a very nice position and that he could possibly put the game away. And there's only 13 moves until the time bonus, so it isn't that long.
But also, if you want to be a risk-free bra, Rook takes f2, just still wins. This is still winning. You're up 2 pawns.
I know, but I really
Okay.
hope we don't
It's
see
well,
this.
I also hope that, but you know,
This is so depressing.
yes, we'd have to sit here for a while, but
Maybe he would trust Amon's Grandmaster class. We can only hope.
no, I know. I mean, he would do it for a while, but Alfred. I keep saying Alfred, and it's because did anybody read the author Dean Koontz? My parents had a lot of Dean Koontz as a kid, and I was left unintended, and so I ended up reading a lot of Dean Koontz books. Dean Koontz is like a discount Stephen King.
Just can't see the game. That's a funny way to put it.
He genuinely is. Uh, and one of the characters in one of his terrible books from 2005 was named Elfric.
We did get Rook takes F2. And we did get Queen takes.
Oh, oh, oh God, why?
Yay! 50 moves of converting an endgame.
I mean, Dean Koontz just like pumps out the same book every single time. There's a monster, there's something supernatural, there's a golden retriever somewhere. You know, pretty much it. Dean Koontz loves golden retrievers.
Go endgames. Amon's very happy. He's peeking. An endgame up 2 pawns with an outside passer.
Oh, I'm dying.
You just have to be careful about knight a5 because black always. I mean, I know it doesn't work, but black can kind of tangle your pieces with.
Not with the knight on g4.
Oh, that's true. Well, it's black's turn. So.
Opponent push b4. Wonderful. Okay.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Okay. Basically, what you need is that uh,
No,
rook
but
g3, rook f3, rook f6, and then threaten knight takes d5, and then win.
yes. We got an endgame Java Bandit. That's how.
All right, knight g2. I'm on. Thanks, dude. Rerouting to f4.
Go rerouting. Tonight I said a very funny
Don't you?
journey.
Alfred needs to get to the yacht. He needs to get to the yacht, dude. Oh no.
Oman strangling him slowly to death.
Maybe Amon just like really likes chess. He wants the entire game to last as long as it possibly can.
Well, you know,
Because he just really likes chess.
Amon's a businessman. He understands the longer his game goes, the more factors we can sell.
We haven't been getting many subscribers, Corey. I don't know if that really that hasn't been working out. We haven't been getting many factors, many subscribers. I don't know how.
We don't have Aiden here to talk about the Chewy.
That's true. That's true.
Tomorrow will be the last day, though, so we can really pump the last day. It's your last chance, and we'll get Aiden to a Chewy when he wakes up. Well, he's probably still asleep right now.
Dude, it's not even $50. It's like a $50 chess brought bucks. Like who's that? What's the exchange rate? Oh, like I see. I scammed JC Digital Girl out of a sub.
JC Digital Girl. We got h4 after king h6.
Wonderful.
You're over it, huh?
I certainly am.
Dope. He's taking on c3. Thank you, McMaster, for the 5 gift subs.
Oh, what a scam! This is like a pity scam at this point.
Making him feel bad for us.
Oh yeah. Oh sure.
Yeah, you could have. Well, you could have scammed for the 20 subs with making your bed. And thank you to Rap
That's
Frank.
okay. I wanna. I'm really ready to go to sleep in that bed soon.
Yes, I will also be getting in bed after this game ends. Can't blame you.
A true and honest fan. Yes, says true. Yes.
Thank you to Rap Frank for the 23. Appreciate that, buddy. That is true. You are funding my employment, McMaster. Keep it love.
Why doesn't? It's his right to not resign. I don't blame Alfred. I blame Amon.
Yeah, this is kind of a bait threat, though. Even I can see the threat here.
Hmm. So Bishop F7. Yeah. And Bishop G8. No, I mean yes, that wins.
Everything wins.
Yeah, no, Rook F6 does just in fact win because you can't even pick up that pawn. Oh, that's funny.
Oh, yeah, that's very funny.
So you just like walk the king to G4. Yeah.
Or here. That's very funny. Thank you, Boss Maniac.
Very kind of fast maniac. Again, getting the pity subs in here, yes.
We do appreciate all the pity subs.
Rook B2, I would say King F3 and then Rook C2. Then knight takes, well, whatever. I don't. Knight takes, rook takes, whatever.
Probably Rook takes at least with one move of
Yeah,
Rook
so you
check.
can get your because then you can get your rook behind the C pawn. Um,
We did get Bishop F7.
I think rook F5 and um it's very funny that this is yeah, I mean also E6 I guess. I don't know. I'd be rook F6 is like
Yes, you can't take because then this works.
yep.
E6 is very nice.
Wow, Amon is really putting the player that doesn't have a FIDE rating in the dirt.
He is. He has played
Sebra
E6.
KO.
Well, Amon has played E6, which is very nice.
Okay, good for you, Amon.
You're over it.
Are you not, Gory? Am I the only one?
Well, I'm here for the Olympiad. So, like,
Right.
mentally, I'm just like, yep, I have 3 weeks of chess commentating in front of me. I'm
Oh
here for every
boy.
move of every game.
Yeah.
I have to wake up at some fun times for that. And if I don't know how the Olympiad works, this is my first one. But if
Hmm.
they continue to win games, does it mean that they play for longer?
No, it just gets harder.
Okay, good,
That's what she's okay.
good.
Um, well, unrated actually means that he doesn't have a FIDE rating. In fact, the man does have a CFC rating, which is what the 1811.
Go Poker Bros. Thank you for the 20 months in the resub. E6 was very nice.
But generally, when you're playing someone, FIDE rating, at least in my head, is the most.
Yep, I was just about to say some sort of E7 and Rook G8 kind of just win.
1800. I mean, sorry. Okay. not
1800
gonna be.
FIDE is kind of different though.
Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly. You have a public chess club. You sure are. Um, I'm just talking about like, yeah, CFC is definitely very legitimate. I don't know. I generally I think FIDE is more interesting to think about.
Yes, FIDE is like the global standard.
Yeah.
It's a lot
So if
easier to compare countries that way.
I still have a dream of Amon hitting 2600, and so I care that he's a feeding bro. He gets some feeding, points also.
Go on.
Go Amon. Yes.
I completely agree, J Bell, and that is a great point. Only chess.com puzzle rating matters.
They are very expensive. This is true.
Is that why they aren't as common?
Yeah. Because also like in the US, like they're common um in Europe because presumably it's easier to travel, right? And you have like more foreign players playing all the time. Uh, and so it makes sense that you play according to the International Federation as opposed to having to have everybody sign up for your federation, right? But here in the US, we don't like it's kind of doesn't make sense all the time. So
Yeah,
I'm like 2320 CFC, something like this.
rook b2 would just
Yeah,
kind of king
King G2,
f3.
probably King G2. Sorry, G3, excuse me. So we don't run into any. Stay off the light squares. I don't want to go to I don't want to go to E3 because if he decides he wants to go after the C3 pawn, then we have uh if the king is on, yeah, I know. If the king ends up being on E3 though, then we can't get out, right? So no,
He did go to
no
e3.
fault towards Alfred for no. Oh God, okay, now I feel like a jerk. Um, I guess the idea is if he plays Rook C2, Knight E2, maybe. Also, then there's Bishop H5. Maybe the bishop moves first.
Yep,
Yes.
and the reason that there isn't bishop h5 here is because you have check.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're
All
being
right, Bobby, Bob
trolled by
boy.
a buddy of yours.
Is he a buddy? I didn't know that he was a buddy.
Well, I assume he's a buddy of yours. He's a longtime sub.
Is he?
41 months. It's commendable.
I think it took me a long time to realize that his name was like Bobby or Boboy. Uh, I always read it Yabob.
Ah, yes. Yeah, Bob is it's like yeah boy, but
Yeah, boy. Exactly.
oh, we got bishop c6.
Essentially true, Vespasiak.
Can't I just
Bishop
promote?
c6, yes, and then push, and then rook c2, and then knight e2, or queen, like queens. But I would play knight e2 because I don't want to lose my c3 pawn, and
Really give him
then
no counterplay at all.
no counterplay. I am anti counterplay. I guess you could play knight d5 if you want to be a special Sally.
So Mon is putting up the finishing touches, but we will still be having him join us for an interview.
Presumably after he gets dinner with his opponent,
Dinner with his opponent,
goes home,
analyzes the game, the opening in full
goes on a
detail,
Tinder date, and then he'll be joining.
gives him a recommendation on what to play as well, teaches him for 2 weeks,
Checks out the local library.
hits up the nightlife, yeah, all these things, and then
Yeah.
he'll be joining. Ask for the 5 minute yacht ride, exactly. Oh, that's true. I also didn't realize that this was a threat to win the bishop. So like rook c3, you just have rook g6, so just queen. So then king goes anywhere. Take.
Yeah, it's I'm like lazy, right? And um
I don't blame you. We've been here for.
I don't I want to play like I want to play like 92. I would do this in a real game, a 92, just so that no checks, no checks. But
That is true, because if you do, I guess you can run towards the rook, but other than that, it is a little annoying.
thanks, Dr. Lord
I know,
Mayonnaise.
Mr. Monopoly. It's don't support these guys. I mean, what else to say?
Instead, support your local library. That's
Yes.
right.
And support factor. Exclamation point factor. Thank you, Eman. I'm actually really looking forward to having dinner after this. Gonna have some factor.
What factor? What factor meal?
Probably the sausage, and I might cook myself some like Elio's pizza as well. Because even if I don't finish the pizza, I can have it like all at night. I'm a big pizza guy. I'm a big sausage guy, twink time. So do you think that Amon has gotten up from the board because one, he knows it's over, and two, he's got everything calculated?
Well, it's awkward because what if Alfred wants to resign and he's like not there at the board?
That is
Like you're
true.
essentially forcing him to play another move.
Or just wait for him to come back. Oh, I minimized it. Sorry, everyone. We did get a rook c2.
95, rook g6. It probably rook g6 is just best because you get a queen, even if there aren't checks. So
Yep, rook d6 has been played by Amon.
this way you get a queen no matter what, even if the man checks you. You have king d2.
Yeah. Yeah, ruin. But they might want to, play on till the end. They get to be playing a GM. It's a very fun feeling. Well, at least he has his yacht, indeed. And there is a
And then what a
resign.
smile! The both hands,
Two
the
hands.
handshake.
Very good
What a
game from Buddy Alfred.
look at the grin on Alfred. Oh, that that makes it all worth it.
Yep.
That the wholesome interaction there makes it all worth it to me.
Very nice.
I'm looking forward to Amon's Instagram pictures on Alfred's yacht.
Yeah.
Exclamation mark Amon IG in the chat. Thank you.
And shout out to Alfred. I mean, he took a kind of dubious position from the opening, and he
Yes,
defended for 20 moves.
he was in it with the shout. He was G5 was annoying.
It
Uh,
was. It was timely too.
I mean, I'm sure it was just bad, and Amon navigated well, but it did look like he could have gotten back in there if Amon had let things go. So, yeah, I mean, looking forward to talking with Amon about this.
How you doing, Bucko? We will be here again tomorrow, bright and early at 9 a.m., but probably a little bit earlier because Eric is playing David Navarro, which will be very exciting.
Very exciting, unless he's losing, in which case I don't want to look at it.
Yes, in which
But
case we will not be commentating. But if he's winning, you
karma
bet your
clap.
ass we will be here a little bit earlier. Only it looks like we're gonna get a couple pictures and then
Oh, well, that's adorable. Oh, like Alfred, you, what a guy. What a beautiful man.
Yes, much love for Alfred. You know, a little Zebra love in the chat.
Can we get I would like Alfred shirt on the Seabra store and a selfie. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's beautiful. And you know, guys, it's kind of like we're in the selfie
Yeah,
too.
we are. We can wave in the selfie from behind.
Everybody wave to him to.
Wave to Alfred. One of us. One of us.
Oh, oh, that's just great. Oh, he should hold up the score sheet too. He's gonna go on a. He's gonna print it out, frame it.
He played really pretty well, honestly, for taking such a
I mean, the opening couldn't have gone worse for
past the
Alfred.
opening though. I mean, he took the position that he got.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, just Alfred. I'm an Alfred fan. I love the guy. He's getting back to the yacht. You know, he's gonna put on the white collared shirt. Put the champagne in. Have his manservant go to the cool Kinkos and print out a glossy copy of that photo and get it framed up for the yacht. And
Yeah, but you could tell it looked like he hurried away. So hopefully there's not too much analyzing after the game, other than with
I hope
us.
not. I hope not. As
No,
much as I love Alfred. Well, we were just kind of surmising Punkit the cat because he seemed to be a little dripped out.
he was
He had
really
like this.
dripped out.
He had this nice shirt. He had this nice looking watch. Uh,
Seemed
Maybe
to
we were
just came
just
from
like
work.
being aspirational for Alfred.
If he doesn't have a yacht, he's got a maritime vessel that he calls his own.
Yes.
Exactly, like Dr. Lord. Look good, feel good, and play good. Which is why exclamation mark merch will gain you guys 200 ELA. Go pick up some sweatshirts or a shirt if you want them.
No, I think that Alfred, he is Nova Scotia's premier hedge fund manager. Um,
The pairings weren't released Poker Bras, so he only knew about 30 minutes before he was gonna be on stream. You have a choice to get a full credit card mailed to you.
oh, that's okay. I try to avoid identity theft whenever possible.
Can't blame you. Can't blame you.
It was a nice shirt. It was like it looked also to be like well tailored. You know what I mean? Like it fit Alfred well, which would also be evidence for him owning a yacht.
So one interesting thing about this game is they didn't put the kings in the middle of the board because Alfred went to set up his position again.
Uh-huh.
So his clock is still going. So he's gonna flag in 19 minutes.
Oh.
So even though I'm on one on the board, he's still a dirty flagger for the boys. Most likely 11 Nook.
Well, okay. I'm sorry. I have good things in mind for Alfred. You know what I mean? Like, judging from the opening, he doesn't spend his time grinding like opening trainers, right? Just from the opening. So we can presume that he spends his time just making those fat stacks, right? So uh clearly he has, you know, maybe he has yacht money.
And that's the type of it's the type of area that if you have extra money, a boat is a very nice thing to buy. A lot of open water.
Yeah, probably there's lots of boat bras over there.
Oh yeah, I'm a boat bra.
You have a boat
It's not a
living in
very.
your loft?
Well, no, it's in the Hudson currently. It was in the Sound before that because I'm from New Jersey. It's a
I see.
1969 Boston Whaler.
And it's yours or your family's.
Mostly mine, also my family's.
Oh,
It was
jeez.
bought for me. It was only 60.
Oh,
It was a graduation gift. Some people got a car. I got a boat.
do you have like a captain that sails it around for you,
Well,
or
I'm the
what?
captain. I have my license.
Captain Gory. Oh dear, are you looking
Yes,
for a first mate?
I could be.
Okay, I hate boats. I hate boating. I hate being on the water. Okay, maybe the chat is interested.
It is a very nice boat, Eddie. I'm a big fan of it. I do have a fucking boat. I've posted a couple pictures, I think, into the Discord about it. I won't lie, she's kind of a pain in the ass because I have a 20-year-old motor and a 6-year-old boat. But it's fun, and it was still cheaper than a brand new boat, even with all of like the shit put into it. But I'm definitely the driver for my family because there's no power
Oh,
steering.
oh gosh.
I'm a good driver. I will also because I've been on the water since I've known how to water ski since I was like 3, so
I
I have
see.
been on the water like for all I can remember.
So it's a Boston whaler. I mean, are you? What does that mean? Are you like looking for are they used to look for whales?
So Boston
Or
Whaler maybe originally was that, but since in the 90s it was definitely in the 60s it definitely wasn't being used for whales. That was probably outlawed. So it's a small, it's like 17 foot motorboat,
okay,
and in the Hudson there are no rocks, so it's nice. In theory, we could go all the way to the city, like New York, and drive around there. I also just moved to New Jersey though, so I haven't. This is my first summer with it on the Hudson.
oh geez, hunting for barmates, stabbing whales.
It's an unsinkable boat by the way they make it. They literally have posted a video of it being like shot with like bullets and it still
What
won't
if you
sink.
blow it up or something?
Well, if you blow it up, I'm pretty sure parts of it would still float because of like the
Oh,
aerated
okay,
plastic.
I see.
But I'm a big fan of it. Spent a lot of time on it during COVID, that's for sure. That was also part of the reason why. I also was able to swindle it. It was part of my school project. That was the reason I didn't go to school to for the end. So I'll explain it better. I had a senior project at my high school, and I was like, oh, blah blah blah. It'll be a graduation. I'll use it for the senior project, and then COVID hit, and I didn't do any work because I never followed my senior project, and I didn't go to school because my teachers thought I was doing my senior project, and then I graduated 2 months later.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, so I got an extra 2 months.
Does the boat have a name?
Yes. So because it was from 1969, we call it the Summer of '69, which is a song by Luke something. Begins with a B.
The summer of '69.
So I think it's a song.
Oh, don't I wish?
Yep, Brian Adams it. Thank you, Poker Bros. He's probably thinking of
Hey, is that
Brian.
actually Brian Adams? Can someone in the chat confirm? It's Brian Adams, right? Okay, okay, Brian Adams though, right?
Yeah, I was wrong with the name.
Okay.
It's funny. You'd think
Just
I
to,
would.
just to make sure, sorry, it was Brian Adams. Okay, all right, just
Thank you.
making sure.
Yep.
All right, great.
Yep, Brian Adams. But in the sound, I knew a spot I could pull up sharks. So I had a lot of fun fishing.
You're a fisherman there, Corey.
Oh yeah. And so is my dog, ironically enough.
Your dog's a fisherman,
Yes, he wouldn't swim before I pulled a fish out of the water.
and then he was interested.
Yes, he would literally start swimming after that. And now I cannot fish with him because he will be too annoying because he likes the fish too much. But
Wow.
it's very cute. Even if like he'll go after a fish lure as well, so I can play with him on land with one. Yep, I can update the title to 3 out of 3. Well, not 3 out of 3, but the score thingy will be here. 3 out of 3, escaping the double round. Mon is joining in a second. He's just chatting to buddy Alfred, and I mean, take his time.
Yeah, Alfred deserves a chat
He
with
deserves.
Mr. Grandmaster.
Yes.
I'm a big Alfred fan.
So
All
am
of
I.
Amon's opponents have been great, honestly.
Yes.
I'm such a fan of all the Scotians. Oh, hold on, does it? No, okay. I thought Amon was joining, but all the Scotians have been fantastic people. Uh, like just really really wholesome interactions all around.
Living up to the Canadian stereotype as well.
Right.
Lethbridge is Mr. Moj is enjoying New York. I don't know why I call him Lethbridge. He's apparently he hustled a chess hustler the other day for $20.
Oh dear.
Go, buddy.
Well, maybe you can sail the summer of '69 up to Moj and spread some of that summer of '69 energy to Moj in New York City.
Yep, give him help him not
Give him a
succeed.
tour of the summer of '69. Take him on for the summer of '69 and ride with him through with the summer of '69.
Might get you a hot dog. That is true. Hot dog on the street. I do have to try to take it to the city though. I haven't been able to do it yet because it's such a trek, even though it's not that far. Also,
Is it
my motor did just so when I was in Toronto, my parents used the boat. I come back, I go to take them out on it. Within within like getting out of the no wake, I turn to them and I go, "Was it like this last week, or did you break something, or did I break something?" So it was very evident that the motor was not working well. So currently, my boat is out of commission, unfortunately.
no summer of '69 for you?
Nope. I kind of forgot it was out of commission, to be honest. Well, it was like as soon as I got in it, it was like, yeah, this is just not as much power as it should have.
Maybe could you use your Chessbrah bucks to pay for a new motor, or
Well,
is
I
that just?
could, but my parents would also,
I
and
see.
motors are very expensive. They're like $5,000,
Oh dear.
and that's for like a used one. But I will say I'm in the boat for getting a new motor, and the boat is a funny pun I didn't mean because we have a two-stroke motor because it's as old as me. It's
Well, it's,
20
it's
years
sorry,
old.
sorry. It's two strokes on the summer of '69.
Yes, two strokes
Okay.
instead of four, meaning that we have
So
to add oil to it every time.
okay, so two strokes on the summer of '69. Usually in the summer of '69, under normal circumstances, there would be four strokes, but
Yes.
in this case, only two. Okay, okay.
Well, if we bought a new motor, we would get a four-stroke.
Right. If you spent the money, you spent the time, you get four strokes in the summer of '69. Uh, but for now, you're stuck dealing with a two-stroker summer of '69.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good to know.
It's kind of funny. It's like the motor is more expensive than the entire boat itself. Okay, well, Armand is joining, so thank God we can stop talking about boats.
Yes.
It is an outboard, so it is kind of easy to replace. But that's enough talk about boats.
Okay. Can you hear me there, Corey?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Oh, we're gonna talk about planes too. I also have flown a plane.
I don't own a plane. I don't.
My grandpa owns a plane, but that's not the one I've flown. Hello, Aman.
Hey guys.
Hey, Amon.
Hello, Eric, and hello, Gory.
Hello, buddy.
How are you feeling, Amon?
Great. It's nice to not leave anything on the table, so to speak.
Yes.
There we go. Nice little foot cam for you, Eric.
Oh, beautiful. I'd love to see it.
I love to see it.
Oh,
So you couldn't resist, Amon. Why not King G2? You had to just take and trade. You couldn't give checkmate to the old man. I was just saying that your opponents, you're desperate to go into some endgame, but your opponents are forcing you to checkmate them, and you're just out of your element. But you saw Rook takes F2, and you're like, okay, no, I'm going for this one. So
it's crazy. I like my opponent even played the move F2, and it's like you play F2 if you think you're dead, right? You don't
right,
play F2 for any other reason. But I mean, am I like totally blind or something? Like I wasn't seeing any mates whatsoever. Like
There
Well,
he plays
was,
bishop c8 and his rook is swinging over.
there's e6,
yeah.
and then once the rook takes, you have a knight g4, and that cuts to
Yeah, so
h6.
I thought I did, but the chances of me bothering to calculate that are literally 0%.
Can't blame you there.
Like there's a chance that I actually lose. Like as soon as I lose my e5 pawn, I'm not actually better anymore. So then if I'm not winning, I'm losing or something, or like it's equal again. So yeah, there's
Okay.
probably no bone in my body calculating that.
Okay. All right, Ivan. So okay, I mean, like the game, like from the opening, well, like tell us what was going through your mind when when he played a6.
I mean, he thumped it down too. I don't know if you guys could really tell from
We
the
loved
cam, but he was really thumping his moves down.
He
we
was
loved everything he did. Honestly, we were a big
so
fan of
Alfred
Alfred.
Was like he was moving the pieces with like it was like a gentle firmness. You know,
Yeah,
it was very directed but very firm, and very like and so it was just like very impressive. Uh,
in chess we call it screwing the pieces in. So he
right,
moves them to the square and really just drills it in the square.
Yeah,
So he was moving with a lot of conviction, is what I'm getting at,
for
and
sure.
so it definitely, I saw a6, and well, I was surprised by the next move though, because I really thought his plan was connected with b5, bishop b7, maybe c5, like
Yes.
kind of a Nimzo-ish setup, but instead of b6, go a6 b5, and I was like, okay, like that makes a lot of sense, honestly.
we
Which is
were also kind of expecting b5.
why you play knight d2 up front because maybe you're looking at knight b3 and like kind of getting into those weak squares and really looking to punish this.
Yeah, I was thinking of that exact thing, and also like trying to pick the most flexible move that I can use in any setup,
Right,
because I really wasn't sure what he was like getting at. I didn't want to be caught in the wrong setup.
for sure, for sure. I think he was probably expecting for you to play c4 at some point. And that feels like maybe the point.
Right. And then, if I go c4, then I thought he can go d5
Yeah,
and play like some sort of Queen's Gambit thing. And, if I play Queen's Gambit, I'm not necessarily sold that my bishop wants to be on f4. So I wanted to keep it more London centric.
I see.
I forgot to unmute, so I'm here now.
Oh,
Oh,
hello, Corey.
sorry, did the
Hello.
stream not hear us? Or?
No, they could hear me and they could hear you guys, but you couldn't hear me.
Oh, terribly sorry.
so
So,
the so the ideal situation, you mean?
yes,
Poor Corey.
but
He
Okay.
walked into it.
I did. But I mean, Kurtz was just hitting every question I had, pretty much.
Okay.
We
So
can
we
continue.
saw knight d2, and then he played this shocker. Well, shocker, very just weird. Well, it seemed disconnected. This d5 move, right?
Yeah,
And
I
like
thought so.
d5, and then bishop d3, which made a lot of sense. And then c5, or c5 and c3, and then we got into c4, and it looked like you were just on track for like a really comfortable game. How did you feel
I
after the c4 move?
I thought so. It's funny. Online, I've actually encountered what my opponent did, and every time I see it, no matter who my opponent is, they could be a really good grandmaster, and I'll always think that my opponent's a noob when they play c4 like that. Like
Yes,
I'll
yes.
always just feel that way. But I've had some games online that haven't gone that well because my opponent just like completely steamrolls, like pays no mind to the king side. And I've had a few games which like haven't gone so well, but I've always chalked it up to like just online stuff. And like if I ever got it over the board, I would just be super happy with it. So when he did c4, bishop c2, my real decision was, after bishop d6, do I let him take me, or do I take on d6 and go e4? And I wasn't sure which one was better. Do you have a preference for those e4 positions? Because I kind of made a choice right there to keep it a little, or give him the option to keep it a little more closed.
So I actually didn't even consider this movie for. I wanted you. I was thinking maybe Bond wants to take on d6 and then play f4.
Right. Yep.
Uh,
I thought
and
about that.
and okay, e4 also makes some sense, but I figured that take on d6 and f4, and then even before you play like knight f3, you could consider g4 or something ridiculous like this, and like really get in g5 just very
Yeah.
directly. I don't know why e4 didn't enter my brain. It certainly makes a lot of sense, but
Yeah, I actually thought E4 was almost maybe the engine's pref. Like I had a
yeah,
feeling the engine wouldn't like my move, knight F3,
yeah.
allowing this thing. But I've just played the structure so many times, and it just always works out. And I really like it, getting that knight to E5 and then just go G4, G5. So I was kind of playing a system that I had used before with success, but I had a feeling the engine might really like takes an E4, just simple.
I wonder if e5 is an issue. It feels like it shouldn't be, but like white is not castling anytime soon, and so if we can meet e4 with e5,
But
uh,
we are castling immediately, right?
no,
DE
you're right. If you
five.
play not if you play e4 because your knight's still on knight's still on g1, right?
Yeah, but DE Queen E5 Knight F3 and Castle, right? Like we just do
Okay,
it all at once.
sure. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I mean, uh, yeah, I didn't.
It
You
just
didn't
seemed
look
like
at that
one
at
of those
all.
things that the engine might like. But when I was looking at it, I was like, eh. I sort of see how the pieces flow a little better the way I did it in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I expect you honestly. I expect you to play with the way that you did knight f3. Uh, so
Right.
okay, so we can
Yeah.
move on, I guess. But well, honestly, I thought I was kind of surprised. I thought bishop e7, if anything, or an immediate b4, b5. Bishop d6 kind of felt like the wrong approach to trade off that bishop when it's a
Hmm.
quote unquote good bishop. But
Yeah, I think every time I've had any difficulty with black setup, it's always connected with a super quick B4, B5, or B5, B4.
mhm,
Yeah.
And just like immediately try to put pressure on C3, Queen A5, and like, my knight on D2 is a little awkward. So when I didn't see that plan happening anytime soon, and I saw, Queen F3, Queen H3, I'm threatening things like Knight G4,
yeah,
G4, G5. Like, worst case, maybe I can even play F5 and just kind of get a good middle game. So I was really comfortable out of the opening.
yeah. Corey, can we go to the moment where we played just right after castles for white, and this moment after like 95 and so there were so many after queen c7 there were so many good options for you. There was like, okay, you ended up choosing queen f3, but there
Hmm.
was rookie one, rookie three, rook g3. There
Yep,
was, knight f3, knight g5. There was, like all sorts of stuff that was just, you were like spoiled for choice.
I really was. Yeah,
How did you end up, picking? Why did queen f3, queen h3 with this
I,
connected with g4?
I did think of Rook E1, E3, um, but what I ended up like, so I thought that my opponent might try something like 97, um,
Okay.
to like maybe get on these squares. And what I realized is that, if he ever plays G6 against me
Hmm.
to block things, then what I was trying to get was my queen on H6. And I
Hmm.
thought that with my queen on H6, I was like just bringing a knight to G5 and basically mating.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And if not G6, then H6, which is what happened. And I just saw G4, G5, and I was like, okay, this has got to be good. So that's why I led with the queen,
Hmm.
so that if I have a rook on H3, I was just thinking, okay, he plays G6. What am I doing
Hmm.
next? Whereas with my queen on H3, at least I knew how to continue from there.
Fair
Uh,
enough.
so that's why I went with the queen, because I just had an answer for his H6 and his G6, which seemed like the only two moves.
Cool. Okay. Okay, then we can move on. So after,
Big fan of the attacking chess.
yes, the G4,
Yes, attacking chess, ending with a queen trade. This is a special.
of
Yes.
course.
And the
So,
positional knight f1 in the middle of it all.
Yes. I mean, obviously, I was pretty surprised by F5, but it's fair to say you do need to make some drastic choices as black. Like white's going to steamroll on the queen on the king side, so maybe F5 was like a
yes,
try, but
did you consider taking on H7 immediately after he played knight H7 and then just an immediate G5?
I
Why did you end
really
up?
did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I spent a long time debating between that, because I had the impression that takes H7, G5, and like, King H1, Rook G1, Rook G3, Rook G1 basically was like crushing. And the nice thing is that, after g5, when I take on h6, black can't really do this thing where they go g6 and like hide behind the pawns because
Yep.
he's just like destroyed on the dark squares there.
With like knight f3, knight g5, for example.
Right. So I definitely did think about it, but I somehow ended up like convincing myself that black might do some sort of queen e7, like rook h8, weird business.
Yeah, sorry.
And to be honest, I didn't find anything that explicitly like dealt with that move, but I, the other one just seemed to flow like well.
Okay. So
But it was the case where I had two good options, and I didn't see a problem with either of them, and I just had to make a choice.
and I guess optically it doesn't look good to be trading your nice bishop for this knight that's stuck on h7.
Yeah, it doesn't look great, but it really was like a almost too spoiled for choice because I
Yep.
saw both of them, I saw an advantage in both of them, and I didn't see anything wrong with either of them, and so it's like maybe I made the wrong choice objectively, but I just didn't want to. I've in the past spent too much time on moves like this, so I just wanted to make a decision and be happy with it. Like I knew after f4, it's like I gotta have an overwhelming position.
Okay, so after f4 and then we saw this move f5. The other thing that I wanted to ask was after f5, did you consider, let's say, rook f3 immediately, with the argument being that it's maybe better to keep a pawn on e6. Like, he's never going to take on g4, and so it might be better to kind of keep this tension here and not necessarily go for this. He probably shouldn't take on g4 and open up a bishop. And so,
Right.
is there
Well,
anything
the
that?
short answer is no.
Okay.
Not for a second.
Okay.
Did not consider it. When you say the move, though, it sounds like a really strong move
Well,
for the exact reason you outlined.
Colin pointed out that you took longer to play pawn takes queen in your morning game this morning than it took for you to play g takes f5. Uh, so, which
On
is
takes queen. I'm trying to remember
sorry,
that.
after you trap the queen with the rook in
Threatening
your
the
morning
mate
game,
and
threatening the
Oh,
mate, and she captures your rook. It took longer for you to recapture back than it did for you to take on f5 in this game, which is
not a good sign.
well, no, just a funny anecdote because I'm
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
G takes F is a great move and won the game, but
That's funny. I like rook f3 though for the exact reason you said. There's no way black wants to take, and I suppose the move g6 doesn't really exist. So you
because
may as
H6 is
well,
saying, yeah.
yeah, you
And
may as well just delay things, go rook f3, and maybe do the exact same moves that I did, but just take the move before it would
right,
be,
right,
possible to play g6.
right. So, but we saw G takes F and then Rook F3, Rook G3. Uh,
Yeah, I didn't put much thought into like my next bunch of moves. Like I thought they were all good. I thought my pieces were like going exactly where they needed to
well,
go.
how did you feel when his Rook landed on A6? And because it felt like it was very annoying to me, because it was just like, man, like this rook on a6 is stopping us from doing all of these tactics, and of course the chat was of course hanging every queen. Oh, we have queen takes h6. Why not queen takes h6? And because the rook on a6 is so far away. So some interesting defense from Elfrid.
Well, he played a5,
Yeah.
and rook a6 as a chess player is one of those moves that I think you feel like your dick is big when you get to play it.
Yes.
Like when
Yes.
so I played rook g3, right, and I've never seen a guy happier to just thump rook a6, like just fucking lay it on me. Um, so yeah, he really laid it on me, and I think I made a point of moving in about like maybe point 5 seconds or something. After that, like I think I played knight f1, and I
Yep.
did it immediately because I was like, I wanted to be clear that there was nothing thump
I'm not
worthy about.
impressed. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like there's nothing thump worthy about rook a6, buddy.
Playing the mind games.
So yeah, rook a6. I wasn't too impressed by it. Like the problem is you're laterally defending things, but long term your rooks are never connected. So you never control a back rank the way you're supposed to. So if I'm doubled on an open file, you can't challenge it with a rook or something. So I was comfortable working around that. The other thing which is really annoying is bishop e6 is the square that guy wants to end up on, and you can't really ever go there with your rook on a6 or it just looks silly. So I wasn't too bothered by it.
Okay.
Did
So
you
go ahead, Corey.
did you notice around the time when he played g5 he started to nod his head? It seemed
He was
like
a
he
nodder.
was yes,
Yeah, definitely.
definitely a nodder.
I got the impression at many points during the game that he was confident where he shouldn't have been confident.
Yeah.
And honestly, that's probably like a good mentality to have as a chess player. Like if you're just confident in yourself, like eternally, that'll probably get you places. But yeah, he seemed to be like happy to do certain moves that I thought were concessions, like maybe g5. Like g5 by him is definitely it's definitely a move that needs calculation. So I really had to use a lot of time. But it's one of those moves where I'm using time to like find the win, not using time because it's so good.
It felt like G5 was kind of just necessary though. Otherwise, like I don't know how you felt, but I thought that Alfred wasn't the sort of player that was going to turtle up. He was going to
That's
do
right.
something radical. He was going to
That's
do
right.
something like very very large. So G5 is not unexpected. You can almost see the allure from the black side. It does look kind
Mm-hmm.
of tricky and
Yeah.
and
And the type of player that he is, you might say, yeah, he's the type to take more risks and go for something like that. But he's also, he didn't strike me as the type to really enjoy playing like a long defensive game.
yeah,
Like
certainly
I don't
not.
think he would excel there. So it did feel in character.
Don't think too many players enjoy that.
Among some students.
Some people do,
I know some
you
people do.
and it's like pretty
Masochists.
impressive to watch them do it. But yeah, in general, it's not a common style.
Yeah.
So after G5, you decided to you eventually took on G5, and then
Yeah, there's quite a lot
or
of
Queen G2.
calculation
Sorry, Queen
involved,
G2
but
first
like
to force the bishop to E6.
that's
Uh,
right.
and then you took on G5 and then pawn G5 and then Rook F1.
Yeah,
Kind of asking him, okay, what are you gonna do? So what were you planning on Queen D7 after Rook F1?
Queen H3.
Queen H3. Okay. And there's definitely no F4 because we just same deal as the game essentially with just queens swapped on H3.
Right. Yeah. And then if you go G4, I think it might actually be such a good move to play Queen H6 after G4, even though I can play Knight takes G4. But okay, if I have the choice between winning a pawn and making another move, I'm not concerned.
Right.
I thought Queen H3 was winning stuff.
With okay, so yeah, I expected Queen D7, but he just went for
Yeah,
F4.
I expected that too.
And then after Rook G5, he played he played F3, which I good enough. F3, Queen G3, and then Bishop C8. Or sorry, did he play F2 first?
No, so like he should have played Bishop C8 is what I thought. I was expecting that.
Yeah.
And after Bishop C8, to be honest, I was about to play King F2 and Rook to G1. And once I'm tripled on the G file, I didn't see anything. I don't see any way the queen can invade from F7. My king is fully safe. Blockade. Yeah, so I was planning to win, and I thought I was going to be winning very comfortably with King F2.
Okay, and then so finally he just plays F2, and you couldn't resist just taking. You did your calculations after G5, and you punch your ticket, so there's nothing left.
Why stress myself?
Right.
It's just so routine.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, I wasn't even. I was very autopilot after Rook takes F2. Once the queens are off, there's no more danger for the old man.
Right.
I was a big fan of your knight's journey from D2 to F1 to E3 to G4 to G2
to F4, and then I guess that was the end. But
Yeah.
yes, it was very effective. Very effective knight. Like it was where it needed to be when it needed to be there. Like e3 was the correct square, and then later f4 was the correct square. So nice little journey there.
And then
I see.
e6 was very nice.
Yep. Yeah, you'll need I think you'll need a tactic to finish off a game like that. That's a very small one, but even without it, I think White's crashing through, but obviously that's so much more direct and just finishes the game, I think.
Oh yeah.
So Vaughn, I mean, after the game, it was very cute. The nice two-handed handshake was nice, and then as well as the selfie at the end, and it looked like Alfred came away very satisfied with the game and with the
Yes.
experience in general. Uh,
Yes, I thought you guys might appreciate that.
We did.
Uh, yeah, before the game as well, it was also a two-handed handshake,
yeah,
and then the two-handed after, and just um, pure graciousness by all my opponents, I have to say so far.
yeah. I mean, he did seem to be a bit tripped out. I don't know. His shirt looked very nice. He had a nice looking watch on from our eyes, and
Oh
Yes,
yeah.
the watch was really drippy.
we were speculating that he was just headed towards maybe a yacht or maybe a dinner, a nice dinner with the wife or something like that after the game.
Bit
He
of an
scored the
afterthought.
photo to take with him.
Right.
Yeah.
Run to the Kinko's, get a glossy, and frame it.
Okay. No, it was a drippy watch, by the way. I was looking at it for like half the game. It had an orange face, so it was really coming at me. That's about all I have to say about that.
Awesome. Okay, well, I'm through with my questions, Amon.
We got a couple people to thank. Dr. Lord Mayo had some energy when he saw you. You got a quick Cinco for yourself, a quick Cinco for Kurtz's love for the eval bar, and then Eric has also said hi in chat, so a quick Cinco for him.
Let's go. Let's go. Appreciate the Cincos, everybody.
And then as soon as you came out, the tier threes also started coming in with Lolly and Justin.
Let's go. Yeah, it's been good so far, but obviously the thing is with me, like I do feel good winning these games still because I feel very rusty overall, like much less so this tournament, but overall, and I don't think any wins are guaranteed with me these days. So it's still good to be 3 out of 3, but obviously I'm very much expected to be.
Amon,
So
I think none of your opponents so far have had FIDE ratings. So the game's largely, at least if I was in your shoes, largely risk-free, almost. Yeah.
but I don't know this. Yeah, I didn't know that was the case. So I'm playing every game, Mr. Kurtz, like I'm risking it all.
I see.
Maybe that's a good thing.
It's a good mentality to have.
For sure.
Yeah, I think on board 2 there was that kid that I was talking about who won his section for the boys CYCC. He was playing Rosentalis. So we had him playing Rosentalis, then we had the under 10 girls champ play me. So Nova Scotia has like 2 under 10 CYCC champs at the moment, which is pretty serious stuff.
They're the future of Canadian chess.
And that's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying.
So
Impressive.
do they call Nova Scotians? Do they call them Scotians? Can we just shorten it to Scotians, or what's the proper term to refer to people from Nova Scotia?
Well, if you're from Halifax, like specifically Halifax, not just Nova Scotia as a whole, but if you're from Halifax, you're called Haligonian.
The Haligonian. Oh,
That's
jeez.
right.
I like that.
Wow.
I thought you'd appreciate Haligonian, but for Nova Scotia, I think you can just call them Scotians.
Scotian. Yes. Okay. They coined the term. Scotian.
Yes, Scotiabank Platinum Elite members.
All right. Well, I'm all out of questions, Corey. Anything from you, sir?
I'm I think you've hit all the key moments in the game. After some people were a little concerned after F4 that you might have been losing, but we always knew that you had it calculated out. And and I have Kurtz helping me find the line. It's also helpful.
Yes, yes. I think this was a game where you could take some variations like pretty far
Oh
in the
yeah.
calculation because it's just an attacking position where a lot of things probably work for white. So it's objectively probably pretty fun to calculate.
Yep. Like we
Um,
there was even the idea of like a knight G4 trying to get to H6 and some
hmm
lines.
Yep. Yep. I think I probably know which line you mean. I definitely had that in my head at some point.
Yep. Big fan of the attacking chess. That's
Yeah, I can't have a full attacking game. We don't want to take too much risk up in here, but we'll do something, just to keep Eric Kurtz interested in the broadcast.
Oh, he was very happy with Rook takes up too.
Yes, it was so exciting. Couldn't wait to sit there for another 30 minutes. Well, Aman, please enjoy Alfred's yacht. I'm sure he extended you an invite after the game.
No doubt.
So
We have another Canadian chess specialty, which is a single round day being a morning round tomorrow.
Yes,
yeah,
it's very funny. At least we can tag team your game in Navara.
That exactly. So that'll be exciting tomorrow. We got Eric's game and then my game back to back, maybe even on at the same time. And all jokes aside, though, it's this way because I think they have like a lecture in the evening and then the Blitz tournament as well. So
are you
Ooh.
planning on playing the Blitz there, Aman?
It's a very good question.
that I am not sure. It's scheduled to start like 9, like a little bit after 9, and I kind of wait and see what the pre-reg list looks like. At the moment, it's pretty small, so I'm not sure. It's a tough schedule anyway, and like having a night off is kind of tempting at the moment. So we'll see.
Yep, can't blame you for wanting to take a night off.
Yeah, I think even if I did play it, I probably wouldn't stream it. Like I would just maybe play it, like and just get it done. Not
Put
really
in a
do
shift.
the whole thing.
Yes.
Yeah, put in a shift exactly.
Get
As I
another
said,
trophy.
nice to have a night off. So speaking of a night off, I'm probably gonna go rustle some food together, and then take it easy because it's 10 a.m. tomorrow, so 9 a.m. Eastern, and obviously got Eric up against Navarra tomorrow, Canada versus
Yep.
Czech Republic. So some exciting OTB games that yeah, hope everyone will tune into. Thanks, Gory and Eric.
Thank you
Cheers,
for
Aman.
having us, and hopefully we'll have Buddy Aiden with us tomorrow for the call.
Yes, exactly. All right. Well, take care, everybody. Thanks for the subs as well. We're still on a perfect score, but I know for sure the games are going to get pretty tough from now on. So we'll see if we can pull together a good finish because I think right now Dorrance is looking strong, Jason Manley, and you got Rosenthalis. So I'm going to have some pretty tough games coming up.
For sure.
All right. See everybody.
Thanks
Bye
for
now.
coming on. See you, Aman.
Yep. Later.
See you.
Okay, Gory, I'm going to be taking my leave as well, sir.
I do not blame you. I will find somebody to raid. Thank you as always for joining me. And if he has already left, thank you to the chat because I think he's already left. Let's see. Oh, we can raid Benjamin Feingold. Perfect. He's raided the bras plenty. That's who I'm leaning towards, unless anyone has some suggestions. We did just send Mr. Omizi the raid. Yes, classic Kurtz goodbye. Said goodbye, and he's out of here. Do agree that Big Ben is perfect.
That,
Got a little audio leak from them. Thank you, Eric. Good luck tomorrow for us against Navarra. And we're happy to see you there. Is Canty live? He is live. I've already went to their title. I am taking suggestions, but I've really already typed Rid. Fine. Eric's game is tomorrow starting at 5 a.m. Yay. We will not be starting commentary, but we will be ending it. All right. Okay, we'll be rating Ben. I will see you guys tomorrow. Yes, that is the Olympiad, so it does start at 5 Eastern. But there will be some commentary for it after Amon's tournament is over. I will brew the awful wake-up hours. See you, everyone. Thank you for joining us, and I will see you tomorrow for his round 4 game. Thank you and peace.